Hello everybody. We're gonna be doing our MMO design stuff today. We stopped last night at the point where we figured out what the design model would, what the damage model and the combat model would look like for skills. We're gonna continue right where we left off. Hopefully we'll be able to get most of this stuff done today, and maybe in the next couple of days we'll have a prototype to start actually testing with. That prototype will be thrown away. It's not the actual game, but we'll get there. We'll see you here in about 3 minutes. Can't wait. All right. You guys gonna see me doing something with my hair. Hello. I wanted to have my hair down today, but it's so unruly right now that I'm just gonna have it up. I think I need a haircut. My hair's really long, and it doesn't take very long for it to grow. So like, yeah. Maybe I'll get a haircut. Maybe I'll cut it all off. Who knows? Oh, but today we're going to continue where we left off this morning. We have the ability descriptors that we're working on so that we have combos for both attack and defense, so that we have things that can actually break combos and interrupt combos. We have a whole bunch of stuff. It's basically the attack or the combat descriptor. It says ability descriptor. But when you look at it, it's actually the combat descriptor, because everything we do here is going to turn into what we have. Now I have, from before, I have a coding window thing. The problem is this doesn't really work the way I have it right now. Because as you can see, it splits the stuff up. If I turn the camera on here, I can't turn the camera on here because for some reason it just show. Let's do it this way. I can have the camera right in the middle, so you can see this here and you can see this here. But this over here isn't like, my code should be over here. It's like strange. So I'm just gonna leave this the way it is for now. And I'm gonna do this one instead. So, hi Bubbles. So really, Bubbles, what we're doing is we're learning code, not for fun, but for fun, right? I thought that would change back to where it was. Why did my camera not go back to where it was? Oh no. Oh no. Second. So I'm learning it because I want to learn it. Because I want to know. You took and passed 4 separate classes for what? For coding in general? For Go? For C#? For what? Bubbles? For what? Give me a moment while I finish this other stuff. Where are you? You're right there. So filters. There are no filters on my camera. Why do I have no filters on my camera? Huh. Interesting. Well, at least I have that placement so I can actually know where to put the camera later. For Linux, Unix, and you forget the others. So 3 classes, yeah. So that's not programming. So LAN, local area network, that's networking and system administration. I'm learning the actual coding of stuff. Well, I'm going to learn the coding of stuff. But I'm developing a game because I want to learn Go, which is a programming language, Godot, which is a like a game application, not environment, but it is a part of an environment, and C#, which is another programming language. Because I want to learn them, but also because I want to get a game out in the world that I would like to play, that I think other people would like to play. That's why I'm doing this. And also to basically say that you're never too old to learn. I never touched Go before I started doing this project a couple of years ago, off and on for a couple of years. Yeah, it's because I want to learn it. I want to know it. I want to have fun with it. And so, yeah, basically it is for fun. Yeah, you had to make a whole website. So that's HTML, maybe CSS, and maybe JavaScript. Linux, and there's no way you learn C++. They don't, well, maybe you did. Linux, yes, but like C++, that's interesting. You took 3 classes on it, so you learned the basics. Interesting. So I'm going to be doing C#. Oh, I'd love to see them. Bubbles, I'd love to see your workbooks on this stuff. I've done some C++ in the past, but not a lot. Not a lot. I did a DLL for Merck in C++. So please do. I'm not even joking. I'd love to see what you did. All right. So today, what we're doing is continuing with the ability descriptors, which is basically the combat set. And so this was what I thought before I looked at this, not that one. Where are you? Before I looked at this response, I was like here, and I said, this is what I think, right? Because while I was doing this, I had no idea, or I didn't remember, that you could use arrays. So I'm thinking, okay, this is what we've got, right? But combo capable, it's the combo value 1. No, it's like quite literally, you say what it will. There should be no drums in the background. There are drums in the background? I wasn't doing that before. What do you mean there are drums in the background, Kayloon? Are you hearing drums? All right, I'll be right back. I might have a problem with the YouTube stream right now. Shouldn't. There's nothing show. So it's got to be the TV, baby. Kayloon, it's got to be the TV because there's nothing going over the stream. I'll come in there and double check it, but I'm pretty sure it's just the TV. I'll be right back. I have to go check. Because I'm not using the speakers. I'm not using my headphones. She's hearing the messages. So I have a message announcer basically that when it comes through, I'll show you before. Baby, don't send anything yet. Hold on. Let me open this up. So this set right here, my alerts, when a message comes through, I'm going to go ahead and mute this from the stream right now. Mute the TTS from the stream right now. Hold on. All right. So that actually no, the TTS doesn't go over the stream, does it? It shouldn't. So if you send a message through there, you guys don't have to do it. I can do it myself. See. So when I send this message, you'll see the alerts voice meter will go up, sort of like my microphone is going up right now. I'm sorry, it did it over here. It's not going through there. Why did it go? Why did it do it over there? Well, in any event, you're hearing it because it's going over my microphone. And because it goes over my microphone, it gets caught by my microphone, goes over the stream. So if I mute my microphone and send the message, you then don't see it even though you saw the microphone go up. And that's because I'm not wearing my headphones, because I didn't want to wear my headphones today, but I suppose I can turn that down a little bit so that we don't hear that. But I need to hear it. Oh, man. Man. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's the boop. It's the boop. And you can still hear it there. I'll just put my headphones on for today. I didn't want to. I didn't want to do this, but, you know, screw it. It is what it is. It's either that or I turn off the messaging, the notices, which are here. I can turn off the notices if I really want to. That's these. The ding here is the message right here. Wow, that's loud. That's still loud. What the hell? Why is that so loud? That's weird. That's really loud. I'll just turn it off for now. I'll keep it back at where it was. It'll be loud, but this should go through TTS. Boop. And then I'll just turn it off. Well, no, I won't. I'll just put on my headphones. I'll just put on my damn headphones so that you guys don't hear stuff you don't know where it's coming from. I don't want to confuse people. All right. So on to the game design. So before I had looked at this is part of how I'm learning, because I don't know YAML very much. YAML. I don't know yet another markup language. I don't know it much. And so I started doing this based on what it had showed. And I'm like, well, I understand what's going on here. Let's make a different one that chains and has the opportunity to chain, has the opportunity to combo, and also has a capability of just doing it itself. And so before I looked at all this, I said, okay, we're going to do it this way. Then I saw this, and oh, composes with, right? And so instead of doing it this way, so now I know we can do something like this. If we go up to the parry one here, right? Parry, reaction, negate, counter, all that nifty stuff. We'll just leave that there. I'm going to end up rewriting it anyway. But the idea is, if we have a skill that we want to have, actually, we're going to keep it at the parry. We have a skill that we want to have interact with something else, then what we do is we do something like composes with, or like combos with. And then what this has is this, because that was the name of the skill. But instead of just that, we can say it composes with this. It also composes with guard up as maybe the name of another skill. And it composes with Arctic Wind. Right? So now there's 3 of them that it can compose with. And if any one of them does it, then it will do a different thing. I don't know how to get the different thing happening because of the way that it works in here. But I think I can then go, like later on, I say, okay, composes with section 1, does it with produces the state that is in the first entry in the array. So later on, it would be something like grabs composes with 1, right? And then adds state or sets state, which ends up being produces state 1. Something like that, right? So if X equals composes state 1, then it does sets state, produces state 1 for the first entry in there. So if I have it compose with Firebrand, then when it does that, then it goes in and says, okay, that's what this does. But this precludes the idea where I have it so that it actually composes with 3 different things or 4 different things. So I started asking about that. How do I do that? How do I make that work in this specifically, the descriptor for skills and abilities? Because I'm learning how to do it. I don't know. I'm learning the AI's way how to do it, but I'm going to do it in my own way as well. So this is just getting me the basic ideas of how to make things work. And when that's done, I'll know how to do it myself. And I can make changes to things without really having to go back to the AI. I won't be doing this for code. I'll be doing it to learn the code, but I won't be copying things over for code. I'll be writing them down in my own way. So there might be some overlap, but most of it's going to be just write it down. So where we stopped here was, okay, I wanted to make sure that things work. And so I have more info about the system that I'm not sure belongs here, but blah, 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 blah. I added some more info here. Right now, composes with Firebrand is a set unordered. Parry and Firebrand equals Firebrand and Parry. Your new claim is that A and B together, Parry plus Firebrand, could be a different result than Firebrand plus Parry, or one of them could be invalid. So now it's a multi-combo state, a multi-staged combo. And then after that, I need to make sure, which we didn't do last night, I need to make sure that combos can be 2, 3, 4, 5 different sets at once. And those also can be in any order or in specific order, or maybe 2 of them can be in a specific order and the rest can be in any order, something like that. Like you cast skill 1, skill 2, and then skills 3, 4, and 5 can be in any order. And if you cast skill 2, then skill 1, then the rest of it all fizzles or something like that, right? So that's where I'm at right now. So that's what I'm about to ask, to see how we do this and how it's suggesting that we do this, to see if we can actually make it work the way my mind says the combat needs to work. And let's hope that this doesn't become too convoluted, because if it becomes too much, then I'm going to have to find a way to make it easier to understand for both the player and the developer. I need to know what I'm talking about, you know? Nothing to give. I must live without you. All right. So let's ask about this. Give me a second. I have something I have to do, and I don't want you guys hearing it. I had a hair stuck inside, like a little cat hair stuck inside one of the keys. All right. So let me, it's asking for a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm actually going to break the entire combat phase down for you all and for me, but also for the AI, so that I can actually, hopefully, make this the final request of the AI and get the ability descriptor finalized, so that I can then move on to actually doing some of the other stuff that's necessary to get closer to the prototype that we're going to be building to test this. The prototype being like garbage looking, and just saying, okay, does this, you know, if I build this out and make it polished, does it feel good? So let's start the combat. Let's start by laying out the combat phase directly. I know some might conflict or add to the combat model. We can address that part later. First, combat is entered. Players choose their actions and submit. This is timed. Or each round, each turn is timed. And all players resolve at the same time. Each combat turn is split into stages, which are, I started using impulses from like Starfleet Battles, that idea. The idea of SFB impulses or phases from Magic the Gathering. And resolve separately, with the reaction phase being active. So we have the submit, the resolution equals combat resolves. So, all right, so we have it like this, the stages. What the hell is it? Submission. Players lock in their actions. pre-combat taunts, surprises, etc. Combat, all movement, combat, attacks, etc. Reaction, any reactions to combat attacks on either side, counter reaction. These are reactions, and then resolution, full resolution, no actions allowed, and then that goes to cleanup, deaths, regen, resurrections, etc. Next turn. All right, so that's the general idea of what the combat phase will look like. You submit your actions pre-combat, so any taunts or surprise attacks, backstabs, that kind of stuff, all that happens before the actual combat phase. Things that can't be reacted to, or things that then combat, so that resolves. Pre-combat resolution, because that puts an effect on how combat is going to play out. Then combat plays out. You set your attacks, they set their attacks. Then the reactions to those attacks. So the attack starts to resolve. Combat 1 resolution. Resolution begins. Then reactions to combat on either side. Counter reactions. Combat 2 resolution begins, or reaction begins. Resolution begins. We'll do reaction resolution begins, and then full resolution. No actions are allowed after the counter reaction. Full resolution. No actions allowed. All combat resolves. Cleanup. Post-combat effects. Death, regen, resurrections, etc. And then we go to next turn. So that way there, in the turn-based stuff, you have specific phases for each turn that play out in a sequence and allow you to do different things in that sequence. Pre-combat, which is going to be a very limited set of skills, taunts, surprise attacks, and whatnot, that happen and can't be reacted to. If I taunt you, you're going to be taunted. You can resist it, but it's going to resolve. You can't react to it. That's stuff that gives either the player or the enemy a slight advantage in the combat. That's how that will happen, is in the pre-combat phase. Pre-combat resolves, and then you have combat. All of this starts with the submission of every turn. A pre-combat is only on turn 1. Only before turn 1. Only before turn 1 begins. Or only at start of combat. Only at start of combat. After that, during combat is when a taunt would happen. Which then can be reacted to. Then you have combat. You have combat starts to resolve, allows you to do reactions. Those reactions start to resolve, allows you to do a counter reaction. those start to resolve. You can't react to a counter reaction. That's the end of the line. So those resolve, those go into the resolution queue, and then everything resolves. That way there, an attack that has a counter attack to it, those will still all resolve at the same time, but it's basically a three-staged combat phase that all resolves at the end. Everything resolves at the same time. Unless something has countered the attack or has countered the counterattack, countered the defense or whatnot. Unless something goes in and stops it from happening during one of the reaction phases, everything resolves at the same time. And then you clean up and then you go to the next turn. A lot of room for it feeling like shit. A lot of room in there for it to feel like shit. God, that's going to make it so difficult for me to make it, to balance it and to make it feel good and not feel dull or like, and not have combat last too long and not have it be too short. Because it's multiplayer. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so that's that. The actions, skills, abilities, spells. All have ability to combo. Can have the ability combo, chain, etc. These can be 2 actions, can be as few as 2 actions, or as many as... Where do we want the action combos to end? This is where we have the number of players per party. So if we have a party limit of 8, then we can have up to 8-player combos. If we have a party limit of 25, that increases the number of combos and chains and whatnot that I have to be able to put in exponentially. I don't think we're going to have 25 player groups in this game, but we might. Ding dong. I'm glad you're back. You ate too much food. I hope that answers that. All right, let me read this to you so that you understand where I'm going with this. Because all this, then all of this becomes this. And this is probably what I should have said last night. So it's saying, oh, you've got this, you've got reaction failures to combo fizzles, this, that, the other thing. The way it works, I'm thinking about combos like they are in Phantasy Star 4. I haven't played much of other games that have combos in them, so I don't know what other games this might apply to. But the idea is, if you get to cast the abilities in Phantasy Star 4, they have to be uninterrupted. So you have to cast them in sequence, and then it turns into something else instead. But if an enemy casts something in the middle of them, then you just cast the three. It goes, Su Wat Foy, boom, that's Tri-Blaster. Su Wat other enemy Foy, that's Su Wat and then Foy. The names of the skills, and so my idea is, okay, that's where the actions, the counter, the reactions, and then the counter reactions. That's where all of that comes into play. But during an attack, if you put a counter in, if you don't put a counter in, if there's no counters at all, it's just going to resolve because there were no counters. If you counter something, so it's not going to be an active shit. That's going to pose a problem, because now if they're attacking, they're already in the wind up of that attack, and you counter, that looks active. But if I say that won't actually resolve until later, how do I make that work? It works fine without having anything look shit. Reactions and counter reactions have to be. I just made this infinitely more difficult, not just to write the basic design, but to actually code, and then even more difficult to actually display and make it legible at the end. If you're countering something during the attack phase, but the resolution of that doesn't happen until the resolution phase, then the image needs to stop. And that can become tedious an hour, 2 hours into the game, where you're starting combat and then the image freezes because somebody countered something. And now I'm thinking more 3D, which means lots of 3D art and modeling and rigging, and that adds like 2 years to the design, just in and of just the thought process of it. It adds 2 years to the design, to the development of the game, minimum. And that's if I hire people out. I just made this so much more complicated than I think it needs to be. Shit. Combat phase. Pre-combat. Combat starts. Was it a surprise attack? Yes. You get extra bonuses to whatever. You get to do stuff without them having a reaction phase. Boom, get all your stuff done. Reaction phase allows you to do defensive skills and abilities and combos and whatnot. Do I not have a reaction phase? Is adding the counter reaction phase part of the problem here? I think it is. I think it is. I think the counter reaction phase is part of the issue. I'm going to leave it in for now because I think I can make it work without it. But if I can't, the answer is absolutely to get rid of this phase right here. The more I think about it, the more I think the counter reactions are not in there. I'm actually, I was going to leave it in. I'm actually just taking it out. Okay. So combat is entered. Players choose their actions they submit. If the entry of combat is a surprise attack for the players, then they get a bonus on their first turn. If it's a surprise attack against the players, they lose the ability to do pre-combat stuff and get a penalty because they got surprise attacked. So a surprise attack gives the pre-combat stuff, automatically gives pre-combat stuff. If there's no surprise attack, my nose is stupid. My nose is dumb, man. If there's no surprise attack, then both sides get the ability to do pre-combat stuff without having a penalty or a bonus to said pre-combat abilities. Then we have the start of combat. They locked in their actions. Actually, it's going to be actually taunts and surprise attacks. Yeah. All right. So pre-combat for surprises and whatnot, that becomes its own little turn that's separate from the overall scheme of things, the overall layout of the turns. Ad coming. We'll be right back. Okay. All right. Most of you should be back from ads. If you had ads. All right. So pre-combat is its own separate like turn that happens outside of the normal sequence of a sequence within the turn. And then we have the actual turn, which is submission, combat, resolution, and then reactions, and then full resolution. So that way there we have, yeah, so that way there, if a group of players decides to react to something, they have to react in sequence. So defensive reactions can't be countered. Defensive reactions can't be countered. Everything that happens here goes for both the players and the enemies. So if an enemy does a defensive reaction, that's something that can't be countered. You're gonna get hit by it. But the same thing on the enemy side. By removing the counter reactions phase of the combat part of the turn, I remove some of the action for each turn, but I make it easier to be able to set up the turns. Now, the problem will then be during tuning how hard or easy each combat needs to be. Bosses might react more often, and so you have to time how you're going to do your attacks, which makes you have to consider defending their attacks at the same time as you're attacking. Because you can have a combo attack and a combo defense. How do we make sure that that happens? We make sure you have a certain amount in your defensive pool to be able to do the combo defense. But if you do a combo attack, does it negate the ability to do a combo defense? Okay. So the act of doing a combo attack can, but doesn't necessarily demand that a combo defense is available. All right, so let me read this. I think this will help me get the ability descriptors finalized, but I might find something else that needs to be in there as I do this, I think. But the idea in my mind, I'm imagining a combat playing out and seeing how things would work from the enemy's perspective and the player's perspective, and seeing how it might, like that give and take, that tug of war that you have in a combat, especially a turn-based combat, and trying to make sure that it is legible from the player's side, and understandable from the player's side without making development too overwhelming. And I think this is close to the final form of that. I think we'll see. I won't know until I have somebody giving me back feedback on this. And right now that's the AI. So I'm going to start by laying out the combat phase directly. Some of these might conflict, add to, or remove from the combat model that's already in place. That combat model is right here. The idea of the structural frame, the topology is we go, not I go, you go. It's we go, everybody. All intents resolve in one blob. The plan is resource refreshing, buff and debuff ticks, reserve becomes available, simultaneous actors, you commit or you draw. It's like the draw phase in Magic the Gathering. Movement, committed moves resolve in initiative order. So if you move as part of your action, you're going to move during the movement part of the phase, but you can still be attacked during that movement part of the phase. So that'll happen. Then combat, and then cleanup. The atomic exchange is commit, stream the attack. If the attack authors a reaction window, the window opens. Not every attack has a reaction window. Some explicitly remove reaction timing, as in unblockables, etc. Then you react, then the payoff. Right now, the ability rules were just standard, high risk, and tempo. Tempo being like defend. Reaction economy is, everyone reacts. Reaction skill is fixed in kind. Magnitude is variable. Recursion is resource bounded, not depth capped. A reaction can be reacted to, but each response spends from a finite pool, and the counter ends the exchange. That's going to change, so there's no more counter in there. There's no more reactive counter to your reaction. There's no more of that. The bound is diegetic, out of resource, not administrative or an arbitrary cap. That bound is actually an arbitrary cap. It's you can't. I mean, technically, you'd think that if I attack you and you parry me, that gives me the ability to do something else because you parried. But I think I'm just going to make it so that a block is the end of that part of that combat. A parry is the end of that part of that combat, right? And the counter comes from the skill itself. If you attack and I counter it, that counter is itself the last part of the phase but it opens you up for something in the next turn or something like that, because you don't just go back to standing there and then go back to standing there. You're now in a different place, in a different spot with a different defense capability and whatnot because you parried. So that's where the counter is going to come back into play, but it's not going to be the counter reaction. It's going to be, oh, you're now in a different spot. So you start in a different place each turn of combat. Maybe not physically, but the layout of the battlefield in each turn is going to change. Non-stacking debuffs diminishing returns. An enemy can only bleed once. Yeah, you can bleed from multiple spots, but the bleed gets more potent as opposed to like, I don't want to stack bleeds. I want to, well, maybe stacking is how it has to be done for visibility purposes. But each bleed, like I could have a small bleed here and have a huge gash on the side of my face. I'm bleeding from both. This one's doing more damage to me than this one down here is, but together they're doing even more damage because that's what I'm thinking of when it comes to stacking debuffs. Enemy reactions are scripted, telegraphed, and curated. Enrages aren't actually enrages. They're enemies, NPCs getting frustrated with the lack of ability to damage something, right? Oh, I defend all the time. Okay, well, yeah, I'm getting pissed off because you're defending all the time. You know, stop trying to hit me, that kind of thing, right? Combo axes, 2 different ones, party combos and personal combos. This is the combat model that I'm now changing a little bit, but not much. First, combat is entered. Players choose their actions and submit. Each turn is timed, and all players resolve at the same time. Each combat turn is split into stages. The idea of Starfleet battles impulses or phases from Magic the Gathering. And each stage resolves separately with the reaction phase being active. Pre-combat, things that can't be reacted to. It's a surprise attack, a trap. It's a full no reactions turn. And then pre-combat resolves. And then the submission of the actual full turn. Submission, so players lock in their actions. Combat starts resolving, movement, combat attacks, etc. Combat 1 resolution begins. Any reactions happen. Full resolution, no actions allowed. All combat resolves. Cleanup, post-combat effects. We're going to say no counter reaction. No counter reactions. Full resolution. No actions allowed. All combat resolves. Post-combat effects, deaths, regen, resurrections, etc. Next turn. The actions, the skills, abilities, or spells can have the ability to combo, to chain, etc. These can be as few as 2 actions or as many as the party size limit. Like for 8 players, 25 players, whatever. And some can be ordered, some can be unordered. Some can be triggered off prior combos. Some can be a group of base skills. The resolution phase of each turn is where all this gets played out. If a combo goes off, it replaces the skills by proxy. And then I use Phantasy Star 4's example of Su Wat Foy comboed into Tri-Blaster. It's the same idea here. Su Wat and Foy will never actually fire because by our powers combined, we became Tri-Blaster, that kind of thing. If something interrupts the sequence, then of course the skills still fire unless the skill itself was countered. Say a silence cast on the Su casting member of the Su Wat Foy Tri-Blaster. The act of doing a combo attack can, but doesn't necessarily demand that a combo defense can be performed. The same with chained attacks. In other words, just like skills, a combo or chain can deny a counter attack or a counter opportunity. Or a reaction opportunity. This gives us legible combat phases and legible resolutions, I think. This is going to come back with, well, your combat does this and this all. It's going to come back with pushback. But I think this gives us the ability to, I have one more thing in here. Again, by thinking of this. Additionally, attacks and combos and chains can cause environmental or similar effects to appear, remain, leave the combat arena, which then could allow other skills to combo, chain, etc. This is going to be okay. So here's the response. Your model does conflict with combat model because you said we'd address those later, but two of them change what the resolver must do, and I don't want them buried. All right. The phase pipeline, the spine of the combat phase laid out. Combat entry, pre-combat, surprise attacks if present. This is a full no reaction beat. Pre-combat resolves. Then the full turn, this repeats. Submission, all players lock their actions. It's hidden. You know, you get to see it, but the other players in the party don't get to see you locking in your reaction. It'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4 with a countdown. So like, let's say you have 8 players in a team. It'll have 0 of 8 if nobody's locked in with a timer. I think it's going to be 15 seconds. It might be 10 seconds, but I think I'm going to have it be 15 seconds. And then as players lock in, you'll see that they're like, you won't see who's not locked in. So think about the ability to skip cutscenes in a lot of multiplayer games right now. PalWorld's the one that I've played most recently, so that's the one I'm going to use. When you have a cutscene at the start of a tower, it shows 0 of 4. And so if everybody skips it, it counts up 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you know, who's not skipping the cutscene? Oh yeah, okay, that kind of thing, with a 15-second countdown. And so that lock-in, that countdown lock-in, we can have something going on. We can have like combat banter going on between the party members and the enemy or something like that. That's for much later. That's a polished beat much later, but it's an idea I have. So they all lock in their combat. All movements and attacks execute. The intents become live. Resolution begins. Then somebody can react to an attack or whatever. It's a single reaction layer. Either side can react to the attacks that are coming in. Or to the defenses that are being put up by the enemy. So like, let's say, because they can react to any action that allows a reaction. If I move, that's an action. I'm moving here. And for example, a reaction to that would be, oh, you moved into my attack range. All right, so now instead I react by bracing for an attack, or by feinting one way. That's a reaction, right? Or you moved out of my melee combat area. Now my reaction would be an attack of opportunity, like in D&D, that kind of thing. And then once all the reactions are in place, then the full resolution of combat happens. This is where the game could become much more Expedition 33-like. But for me, for a solo dev and the idea that I'm going to be creating this, I'm not going to have all that like amazing look. It's going to be more like old school stuff, but the reactions, they're going to be visible. You're going to know that you have a reaction that has done, and you're going to know who did it and how it was done. And then during full resolution, combos assemble. They proxy, replace, or break, parts fire. Chains fire, environmental effects appear, persist, or leave. Then cleanup, deaths, resurrections, regen, expirations, etc., and then the next turn. Now the 3 conflicts with the model. I want to make sure. First, the additive versus transform decision is now answered by you cleanly. Combos replaced by proxy. Suwap Foy never fire. Tri-Blaster fires in their place. That's the transform model, not additive. And your interrupt rule makes it coherent in a way my constituents resolve as themselves, framing couldn't. The parts fire only if the combo fails to assemble. Assembly succeeds. The parts are consumed into the proxy. Assembly breaks. The parts fire as themselves. Assembly's constituent was itself countered, silence on the Suecaster. That part is simply gone, and the combo can't complete without it. It's one rule covering all three cases. Good, this is more elegant than what I had, and it retires the decision I flagged. That's because you're an AI, and you don't have imagination. I do. The phase spine, I already went over that. The three conflicts with combat model, you said later, but here's which are cosmetic and which are structural. So later is an informed choice. Conflict 1, the big one. No counter reactions contradicts the resource-bounded recursion stack. This is the load-bearing change. And I know it. I knew this was going to happen. I said this is going to happen. That's fine. Section 5 and GDD Section 3, if it has Section 5 in what we're doing, and the game development document Section 3, both make recursion the crux. A reaction can be reacted to. Parry, counter, counter, counter. Each response spends finite resource. A counter, counter ends the exchange. That bounded recursion is explicitly called the crux that produces glass cannon tank hybrid as emergent build leans. Your model flattens it. One reaction later, full stop, no counter reaction. It's not a small edit. It's a design reversal. Has a real upside and a real downside. Upside is legibility. As I was talking about while I was thinking about this, a single reaction layer is dramatically easier to read than a recursive stack, and legibility is the exact thing phase 0 must prove. This might be the correct call precisely because the recursive version was the biggest threat to the gate, as I said. You might be trading depth for the thing that makes the game shippable by a solo dev. Again, more stuff that I said, but it's also how do you make the action, reaction look good and still have the turn-based setup not become 30, 40, 60 seconds long on each turn. Cost. You lose the stated mechanism for emergent archetypes. The dock leaned in the entire glass cannon tank or hybrid gradient on recursion depth because being resource bounded. Kill recursion in that gradient has to come from somewhere else, from the pool economy, reserve versus offense split, which you've kept, and from combo chain participation. It's actually more, it's going to come from somewhere else. It's going to live in the idea that if you're going to tank, if you're going to be a tanky character, then you're going to be able to react to attacks defensively more so than somebody who's got very little into tanking skills. If you're going to be a counter style character, some type of character that goes in and takes advantage of a tank's tankiness, then when they defend, you're going to be able to go and react to that defense. So it removes a layer of complexity, removes a minor layer of what did it say? It's the of gradient, recursion gradient, but it adds the capability to make things much, much more legible, much easier to understand, much easier to execute. Because reactions become A, more trigger happy, which I'm trying to keep away from as much as possible, but also B, harder to understand what happened, even if you're the one doing it. And much, much harder to program and get into the game without destroying the turn-based model that I'm going with. So, single layer is defensible and maybe even right, but it's a model level amendment to 5, not a phase tweak, and it needs to be recorded as one so the emergent archetype claim gets resourced rather than silently orphaned. Flagging strongly, not resolving without you. Of course you're not, because, yeah. Conflict number 2, structural. Your 5-phase spine is not equal to the dock's 5-phase spine. The dock phases are plan, commit, movement, combat, cleanup, with reactions inside combat. Yours are submission, combat, reaction, and full resolution to cleanup, with reaction as its own resolved stage after combat executes. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're wrong. No, it's not. Combat starts executing and resolution reaction happens during combat. The dock interleaves reaction within combat resolution per attack. You separate execution from reaction into distinct stages. No, 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 no. One, no, you are wrong about the stages. Combat starts resolving, allowing reactions. Reactions are entered, and when those windows end, combat resolves fully. This is conflict 2. The phases are exactly the same in this regard. Combat never fully resolves without the reactions section being entered and resolved again during combat. Conflict 3. Cosmetic resolves itself pre-combat and taunts. Flag taunt power may be forcing a pre-resolution phase. Open against the combat model. Your spine just answered it. Yes, there's a pre-combat phase. Taunts live there. That's a resolution, not a conflict. Conflict 3. Again, no. Surprises. Taunts which live both pre-combat and within combat. Taunt-like skills. Which live both pre-combat. Hey, we started your mother was a blah blah blah, and your father reeked of elderberries or whatever. That's it's before combat. Which can live both pre-combat and during combat. Traps, which are glorified. Surprises, etc., are the pre-combat phase points. Will only ever occur on or prior to turn 1. All right, 2 things your model adds that the resolver now has to carry. Environmental effects. It's richer than produced state on a descriptor. It needs the arena itself to hold state and skills to be able to name arena state as a change from composes with source. Yes. For the phase 0 model, it's the model it is the dumbest possible thing, a list of named arena flags with a turn count lifetime. But the descriptor needs to be able to reference them. And so it's adding the descriptor even though not everything is done. So whatever. Combos chains can deny reactions the same as skills. You already have author's window. Per skill extended, a combo result final end carries its own author's window, which can be false even if its constituent windows were true. By your powers combined, produces something unreactable that its parts weren't clean. Just means a proxy result has its own window property, not inherited from parts. Author's window is not going to be named author's window. It can't. So it's going to be something different, right? All right. Where this leaves the descriptor, the arena state and window on proxy additions folded in, still phase 0 static. ID flame wall kind action can be type. Produces arena, flag, fire zone, lifetime turns 2, the object in the arena. Produces arena or produces area or modifies arena, I think would be better. Yeah, I think modifies arena would be better. So let's go ahead and I'm going to ask this to recreate the entire ability descriptor so that I can look at what it's thinking about doing, and then I can modify based on what I want it to do. All right. So I'd record conflicts 1 and 2 as pending model amendments to combat model.md. Single layer reactions, execution, then reaction stage split. Note conflict 3 is closing an open flag. Proceed with this spine as a phase 0 target, the one I'd actually want you to sit with before we go further is conflict 1. Killing recursion is the right move for legibility, but it orphans the doc's archetype emergence story. I'd rather resource that deliberately than discover it missing in phase 2. Do you want to A-lock the spine? I think the spine is good. I think this is exactly what I'm thinking about with the changes that I'm talking about. So AI is basically taking what I'm saying and making it easy for me. I'm very verbose, and AI is helping me not be verbose, even though it's fucking verbose as hell. Conflict 1, no counter reactions, contradicts the resource bounded recursion stack. So let's go conflict 1. There's an issue with legibility. There's an exponential issue if we don't remove counter reaction. And that is the reaction window for each reaction phase. How do we do that in a turn-based combat, without destroying the wait for X issue we are trying to diminish outright with unified resolution and we go versus I go, you go. By removing counter actions and allowing attacks and defense, both skills, to have reactions. I don't see a better. All right. Now, yes, this is more legible than the recursive model, and that's the point in its favor. Clean stage boundaries, one reaction layer. They screwed up the stage boundaries. Proxy replacement instead of a stacking pile. Spectator can narrate this turn out loud, which is close to the real test. The remaining legibility risk isn't the phases anymore, it's the combo assembly and full resolution. An 8-player or God help us 25 or God help us 25-player proxy replacing order sensitive arena enabled assembly resolving in one stage is still the hard thing to read. The phases got simpler, but the resolution content didn't. Yes, it did. You can see exactly what happened. The phases being legible is necessary, not sufficient. So make the amendments to combat model. Keep the spine. I like the spine. I like the way it looks, but we need to make sure it uses this. Conflict 1. Can reactions stack? Changes the resolver's core loop, and I'd rather not sketch the implementable tick twice. So we can block the spine with the above caveat or changes. After some iteration regarding conflict. For those of you who are watching, if you can, or if you'd like to, I don't want to like force people to talk, but if you have something in mind for what I'm talking about right now, with regards to this idea that I want to get rid of combat reactions. So no counter reaction to a reaction. Somebody attacks, it gets countered. There's no, oh, now I'm going to counter that counter. Because of legibility, because the way it works is I attack or the enemy attacks. Now I'm going to press a button or do something during a window that attack opened that allows me to counter. That's easy. That's during resolution. I do something and boom, now there's a counter there. But then the second that I say, okay, that counter now has a counter reaction to it, that opens up another window, which elongates the time per turn. And even if we only go 2 stages deep, it still adds time to the turn that I don't think is going to be easy to display, is going to be much more difficult to implement, and is going to be much more difficult to read when it happens. I could do it. I could keep it in, but I don't see a way to make that happen and still have a single turn of combat not become a 35 to 40 second fiasco. To give you an idea, you start combat. Okay, we're in combat. Combat, the commit phase. This is what I'm going to do this combat. You have a warm-up phase for combat. Let's say that there's no surprises and whatnot. So you have a warm-up phase, and then you have the commit phase, which is 10 seconds. And then you have the resolution phase. During the resolution phase, you can have reactions. So the warm-up phase is 5 seconds. That was 5 seconds. And then you have the commit phase. Make your decisions. That's 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. Now everything starts resolving. Now you have the reaction phase during resolution. There's an attack that can be reacted to. You have 1.5 seconds or so, whatever the reaction window is. When the enemy starts winding up, here comes the attack. That wind up is actually the animation happening. Here it comes. Here's a reaction phase. Okay, the reaction phase is now done. Oh, that reaction succeeded, but it caused the ability for a counter reaction. Here's the counter reaction phase. Okay, the counter reaction phase is now done. You see how much longer that gets? I'm now at 1.5 minutes for one turn. That's what I'm trying to avoid. A minute is a long time because we're not going to have 3D environments going. We're not going to have a lot of flashy shit happening. And because we don't have the flashy shit, we don't have the budget in terms of time and resources presented. We don't have the budget to spend 1.5 minutes. We can't do the Final Fantasy VII Knights of the Round, right? We don't have that as a budget for the game, not money, but for time. And so we have to minimize that because let's say it's a 2.5D or better yet, a pixel game. I can make the pixels, but the longer that phase gets, the more that those pixels have to do during these different parts of that phase, which makes it not just harder to implement, but harder to present. And that's what I'm trying to diminish. So conflict 1, there's an exponential issue with legibility if we don't remove counter reactions, and that is the reaction window for each reaction phase. How do we do that in a turn-based combat without destroying the wait for X issue we're trying to diminish outright with unified resolution and we go versus I go, you go? So we go together, I go, then you go, is what basically I'm trying to absolve this game from having the Baldur's Gate 3, we all wait for Slowpoke to take their turn. By removing counter reactions and allowing attacks and defenses, both skills, to have reactions, I don't see a better way. We're going to lock the spine after I have some back and forth with the AI about this. If you guys have something to say about it, please let me know, because I'm open to all suggestions on this matter. You're right on both, and I'd rather correct the record cleanly than defend a misread. Conflict 2, I mislabeled it. It's not a conflict. Reactions fire within combat resolution. Combat starts resolving. The window opens. Reactions enter. Windows close. Combat resolves fully. That's a docs model exactly. Reactions within the combat phase, not a separate post-combat stage. I read your combat resolution begins. Reaction full resolution. As consequential stages when it's one phase with reaction window living inside it. My error. Okay, good. Conflict 3 is also not a conflict. It's narrower than I had it. Pre-combat is turn 1 only. Surprises, traps, opening taunts. Taunt-like skills still exist mid-combat, but as normal in-turn actions, not as a recurring pre-combat phase. So the phase is a one-time opener, not a per-turn beat. That's tighter than the stats model flag implied, and it still closes that flag. Taunts have a home. In the per-turn pre-resolution phase, worry doesn't materialize because the pre-combat phase doesn't recur. Corrected and closed. Good. Fine stands is yours, and only conflict 1 is live. Let me engage it on the merits because your argument is strong, and I want to test it rather than rubber stamp it. Okay. Your argument stated back. Counter reactions force a new reaction window per counter. Every window is a wait for X. The exact latency disengagement window exists to kill. Recursion depth times windows equals its exponential weight growth. The recursion is fundamentally at war with the wait kill thesis. It's actually a linear growth, but still. And single layer is the resolution. That's not a legibility argument primarily. It's a latency argument. It's tighter than the legibility one because it's structural, not perceptual. Recursion doesn't look complex. Each layer is a literal timing gate someone waits on. I think you're right, and here's the strongest version of why, plus one thing it costs that we have to consciously accept. The recursive model was authored under an implicit assumption it never states. The reaction windows are cheap. That a parry counter chain resolves fast enough that the windows don't stack into real weight. In a single actor atom, maybe, but in a multi-actor over a network with a party watching, every window is a synchronization barrier. Everyone waits for the countering player to input, then waits again for the countering player or players. The doc's bounded by resource, not depth, was solving the wrong bound. It bounded the stack size, but not the weight, and the weight is the thing that matters. Your single layer rule bounds the weight directly. One window per attack, period. That's structural guarantee the recursive model couldn't make, and it's the better answer to the design's own stated goal. But my single layer rule bounds the weight directly. What if it's, 2 windows per attack, period? What if I do that? That's what I'm concerned about. What it costs and where the cost goes instead. Section 5 hung the glass cannon hybrid emergence on recursion depth. Kill recursion, that emergence needs a new home. But this is the part that makes single layer actually fine rather than merely necessary. You haven't lost the resources, you've relocated them. The reserve versus offense split, kept in how the primary archetype and now the primary archetype axis. How much pool you commit to defense versus offense is the glass cannon / tank gradient. A player who reserves heavy and reacts as a tank, one who dumps pool into offense and holds no reserve is glass. That gradient survives single layer completely. Okay. Combo and chain participation, whether you spend your one reaction on a solo defense, and it's not one reaction, it's spent from the pool. If you don't have enough pool to spend that reaction, you can't do it. It's not, hey, I can do one reaction. That's not how that works. Or as an ingredient in a party combo is a build lean. Coordination heavy versus self-sufficient is an archetype axis the recursive model didn't even have. It should have had that. Arguably better because those axes are legible and recursion depth wasn't. The one thing I'd make you say out loud before locking. I'm about to say it out loud. Single layer means the last reactor wins the exchange. Uncontested. Wrong. Because if you know that they're going to react a lot, you can use a different ability. You can use a different skill that doesn't open that reaction or makes your reaction window smaller. All right, let's say this again. Single layer means the last reactor wins the exchange. Uncontested. Attacker acts, defender reacts, that's it. The reaction stands, the attacker can't answer it this turn. In the recursive model, a clever attacker could counter the counter. Now they can't. They have to answer it next turn with a new plan. Is that acceptable? I think it's not just acceptable, it's on thesis. Combat model section 1 says the validated core is after a failed exchange, the player changes their plan, not just their timing. Single layer enforces that. You can't out-twitch a bad exchange. You must outplan it next turn. The counter to the counter was actually the Twitch escape hatch the thesis wanted closed. Removing recursion makes the game more itself. That's my honest read. Single layer isn't a legibility compromise. It's a correction toward the core thesis. And the latency argument is a clean structural reason. I don't see a better way either. And now I've now tried to find one. All right. So single layer is fully specified, not secretly ambiguous. Contention within the one layer is still fine. Multiple defenders can react to one attack, and priority combo chain resolves among them in that single window. Exactly. Single layer doesn't mean single reactor. The intercept beats parry case still works. That's the idea. The contention inside the layer, it's the contention inside the layer, not a second layer. Confirm yet that's your intent. It is. But it's the thing, no counter reactions could be misread to forbid. No, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Attack and defense both have reactions. You said this, and it's the elegant part. An attack authors a window, defender reacts, and a reaction defense can itself author a window. Someone reacts to the parry. The second reaction is not a counter reaction in the recursive sense because it resolves in the same single layer, not a new nested one. It's breadth, not depth. This number 2 isn't exactly what I'm thinking, but is that the distinction you're drawing? One flat layer of both attacks and defenses can be reacted to, but nothing recurses past that layer. So that's the precise rule, and it's clean. So it's number 2 question here. The AI's number 2 question here is it kind of like sets something up a little bit. We can have actions that anticipate. I can do a reaction that anticipates a parry. That can work, right? So now I have a reaction anticipating that person's parry, so then I do something based on that. Like, okay, that works. And if it doesn't, I get 50% back. So we're gonna address number 2, and it's an idea that I wouldn't have thought of without this back and forth. On point 2, this could allow strategic baiting, planning, anticipating. A player attacks, anticipating the enemy will parry, and another player and tells another player or the party plans this and sets up a skill that only works if a parry happened that round. Fizzles otherwise. Same resolution, anticipatory, strategic. Like this idea, but it wasn't what I originally meant. Can I snooze this? I can't. I can. I have enough time. Snooze. No, I couldn't. I need to run the ad. No. 6 minutes? Yeah, I could. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Attacks and defenses are skills. All skills can have a reaction window. Should or do all skills have a reaction window unless toggled off. So there can be a reaction to an attack, just to a defense, just like a reaction to an attack. And it's these reactions that become more strategic in use and can be focused to this is a parry counter style skills. Now it's asking, you just named a mechanic that's better than the one I asked about. What you originally meant, every skill, attack, or defense offers a reaction window unless toggled off. Defense is a skill, therefore a defense can be reacted to, so react to a parry is not a counter reaction. In the recursive sense, it's a first class reaction to that skill that happens to be defensive. The reactableness comes from being a skill, not being a reaction to something. That's a clean, flat rule, and it's one that holds single layer intact. Reactions attached to skills, and both attacks and defenses are skills, so both are reactable. Nothing recurses because the thing being reacted to is always a skill in the layer, never a reaction to a reaction. To tell that this is safe, a parry counter skill reacts to the parry, a defensive skill someone committed, not to the act of reacting. Its breadth, more things in the layer are reactable, not depth, confirmed and clean. That's a rule, lock it. Got it. What you noticed while typing, the emergent play, and why it's the more valuable thing. Anticipatory conditional skills. A party commits an attack expecting a parry and pre-commits a skill that only resolves if that parry happened, fizzles otherwise. You called it baiting or anticipating, and it's strategically richer than reacting to a defense because it's planned at submission, not timed in the window. That matters enormously for the design zone thesis. Combat model section 1 says offense is planned, defense is executed. This new thing is planned conditional offense. You're committing at lock-in to play a contingent on the enemy's executed defense. It lives on the plan axis, not the twitch axis, and it's the exact kind of depth this game wants, and it's anti-twitch. You can't reflex your way into it. You have to read the opponent. This is perfect. This is perfect. I'm trying to get away from twitch, like reaction windows. Still having them sounds okay, but strategy is what I'm looking for more than twitch reaction. And strategy means you plan and execute based on what you're expecting or what you set the enemy up to be forced to do. That is fucking perfect. I love it. I love it. That's what I thought, but I didn't think of it in this way. I didn't think of it like this directly. The way the AI responded to me with this made me realize that's what where I was going, because that's what I said and that's what I did. But this is perfect. This is perfect. And now here's the thing, the Twitch part. Here's why keeping these two distinct matters mechanically, not just conceptually. React to a defense resolves in the window. It's an executed timing. It needs author's window on defense skills and a chains from or composes with that can name a defensive skill as its trigger. It's a reaction. Anticipatory conditional resolves at full resolution as a committed action whose validity is gated on a condition that became true earlier in the same turn's resolution. It's not a reaction. It was locked at submission. It needs a different field. A precondition on a committed skill. Resolves if enemy parried this turn, else fizzle. And per your standing rule, fizzle means the skill just doesn't fire. Nothing else fails. If we collapse him into one mechanic, we lose the distinction between executed and planned conditional play. which is the exact access section 1 says is the heart of combat. So 2 fields, 2 flavors. The one caution, so it's on the record. Flavor B has a legibility cost of its own, and it's a different cost than recursions. Recursions was latency. Flavor B's problem is hidden information tension. A spectator and the enemy sees a skill fizzle and may not know why unless a precondition is telegraphed. This is the same make the fizzle legible concern from the combo discussion. Now apply conditional actions. That'll be easy to do. That'll be easy to do. Ads, we'll see you in 2.5. Or hey. All right, we're back. All right. Okay. Hidden information tension. A spectator and the enemy sees a skill fizzle. They may not know why unless the precondition is telegraphed. The enemy can't see it. Can't let the enemy see it. Flavor B leans toward your hidden combo design goal. Some conditional plays should be non-obvious. That's the mastery. So the tension is a feature to tune, not a bug to remove. Okay. 2 locked mechanics, not 1. Skills are reactable. Every skill authors a window unless toggled. Defenses are skills, so defenses are reactable. Anticipatory conditionals. Committed at submission skills gated on a same turn condition. Fizzling harmlessly if unmet. Planned, not executed on thesis. Conflict 1 fully resolves in the spine locks. The amendment to combat model reads a single flat reaction later. Player, no recursion. All right, give me the combat model amendment block, and also give me the current layout for the ability descriptor as it stands now, so that we can see what it has here, because all this is going to change. I want to see what, like, I want it, because I haven't been taking notes on it. I want to see exactly what we've come to, so that we know what this looks like. Wow, this amendment block is huge. Okay. I could have just had it give me the freaking the combat model itself, but whatever. I mean, the amendment block is going to be longer than the combat model file in and of itself. Like the fuck. I think I'm hearing myself from the other room. Wow, that's a pretty big delay. Kay's sick. She's in the bedroom, which is across the hall from this room. She's basically sleeping. Effectively sleeping. I'm going to turn that fan on. See if I don't have to have that AC on. I'm not playing a game, so I'm not getting a lot of heat from the computer. Give me a second. I don't want the AC on because it's loud. Yeah, it's not the cheese. I got sick from the pizza that we bought last night too. That's why I rushed to the bathroom like 12 times over the course of this last night and this morning. But when she gets sick, when she starts feeling bad, she feels really bad. All right, so this amendment is actually almost as long as the document itself. But let's take a look at what the amendment does. Session skill schemas phase spine supersedes sections 3 to 5 where noted. Structural model settled this section. This session resolves this. Nothing here is fun validated until the multi-actor prototype passes. Reserve economy, section 9 fork resolved. Single pool, one pool. Offense budget equals pool minus reserve. All reactions draw from the same pool. Attempt a reaction, it does not resolve, lost contention, or became invalid mid-resolution. Regain 50% of its cost to the pool. Attempt a reaction, it resolves. Effect fires, cost consumed. Do not react, the reserve set aside becomes additional passive defense. Consequence recorded. Single pool makes glass cannon tank hybrid and archetype gradient, not the 2D space. Separate axes would have opened. Emergence resourced CD. Section B, reactions are a single flat layer, no recursion. It supersedes section 5 recursion. The section 5 recursion bounded recursion stack, resource bounded recursion stack, parry counter, counter is removed. Rationale, latency, not just legibility. Each recursion layer is a new reaction window. Each window is a synchronization barrier every participant waits on. Recursion depth times windows equals exponential weight growth. The exact weight for X disengagement WeGo exists to kill. Bounding the stack, old section 5 did not bound the weight. A single flat layer bounds the weight structurally. One reaction per skill, no nesting. On thesis, removing the counter to a counter removes the twitch escape hatch. A bad exchange must be answered by a new plan next turn, not out-twitched this turn. This strengthens change your plan, not just your timing. Contention still resolves within the one layer. Multiple defenders may react to one skill, priority or combo or chain resolve among them in that single window. See section C and section E. Single layer is not equal to single reactor. Intercept beat parry. Oops. Intercept beats parry is contention inside the layer, not a second layer. That's fine. All skills are reactable by default, breadth, not depth. Every skill, attack, or defense offers a reaction window unless explicitly toggled off. Because defense is a skill, defenses are reactable, e.g. a parry breaker reacting to a committed parry. This is breadth. More things in the one layer are reactable and does not reintroduce recursion. The thing reacted to is always a skill, never the act of reacting. Okay. All right. Archetype emergence resourced was recursion depth. With recursion gone, the glass cannon / tank / hybrid emerge from the reserve versus offense pool split. Heavy reserve reactive play equals tanky. Pool into offense equals, or no reserve equals glass. Primary axis. Yes, this is all exactly what we've already talked about. I just hate how it doesn't do this correctly. And this is all stuff we've already done, so that's good. So that's all set. The amendment is set. Ability descriptor, current layout. Here we go. This is where we get to see what this is trying to do. My lord, that this is exploding. So we're going to remove this. It's still the phase 0 atom or phase 0 throwaway, right? We'll go over 60. We'll go over 80. 81, 82, 81, 80. 80. Go over 80. Same thing here. Oop. Oh, do we? I want that to be there. Okay. All right. All right. So this is ability descriptor. Phase P0 atom atomic test. Stat shaped. Static. Not the P1 schema. It's the atomic test. It's going to end up being close to the P1 schema anyway, so it's fine. Purpose. Yeah, not the P1 schema. And purpose is to test the drive, the multi-actor prototype test. Test prototype. Prototype. Prototype and test are basically the same thing. Prototype. All right. All right. So there's that. Now we go down here. The first one, ID, is just a basic attack. You know, basic attack. This becomes name. Strike. I don't care that it's strike. That's fine. We'll be changing names and whatnot. Kind becomes type. Action. Pool cost. And that's for the defense to active pool. Because every action is going to have a cost from that pool. And a mana cost. The pool, so the pool, the defense versus attack pool makes it so that you have very specific things you can do in each turn. And so that you can't just spam your highest skill abilities every turn. Basically, it becomes a global cooldown. A global cooldown like stat or resource. It'll regenerate every turn based on your facet values and what is Sweet Jesus. And on other stats, meaning that you can't, like, let's say that you have a really powerful attack and it takes 90% of your pool. You can't use that, more than once every couple turns. But if we don't have that resource in there and it costs like 300 mana, and you eventually get to a spot where you have 3,000 mana, you could cast that 10 turns in a row. That's what this exists to drive away from. In addition to the idea that every character can defend a little bit. If you're in a fight, you're not going to just always be pushing and attacking without defending yourself. There's always going to be some layer of defense, even like if you watch PvP in WoW, they're going to try and defend themselves. A frost nova to be able to get away. The goal is to get into a spot where you don't have to use much defense and you can just go all out. But that doesn't happen 100% of the time. That's what the attack versus defense pool is for. That's what this value is. 2. So the type is the action. I'm going to go here. Action, reaction, tempo, or for the testing purposes, it's action, reaction, and tempo is just like guard. This is static for now. Draws from pool, from the action pool, from action pool. I don't want to call it action points. I don't want to call it action points. I don't. But that's basically what it is right now. Payload. This is what it does. Damage. 10. This is also going to be static for now, but it's going to draw from a pool later. Static. Scaling cell is documentary and P0. Scaling cell is potency dot raw damage. And actually, that scaling cell is not quite correct. We can get rid of this. We're going to keep the race table reference up. We're going to keep that up, but let's close the milestone targets because we don't need that for now. Close Claude.md for now. Regression power doesn't have what we're looking for. So what we're looking for is not damage. Is the stats model. So it's these right here. So what this is doing, the ability descriptor, potency.raw damage, is potency.raw damage, potency.aptitude, basically. Potency.aptitude instead of potency.raw damage. Potency.aptitude gives you the raw damage. Or aptitude potency, right? So that's the cell that it pulls from. This is just for now. It's going to be a direct pull in phase 1. P1 live lookup inert tag and P0. But do I want it to say talent.aptitude or talent.raw damage? Or potency dot like for a basic attack, is it going to be raw damage? How do we do it? How is my current audio bitrate 0? Is there no audio going over my stream on YouTube? Oh, come on. Oh, no. Come on. Why would there be no audio going over my stream on YouTube? There should be. Why? This says, like, I can't hear my audio right now on YouTube. But Kayloon can hear it in the other room. She's watching on YouTube. Why? And I'm seeing that it's going over. I'm seeing that it's going over here. Why? So this is what I'm seeing. This is why I'm bringing it up. The current audio stream's current bit rate 0 is lower than the recommended bit rate. Why is it lower than the recommended bit rate? How? Like, I don't get it. I don't know why that's happening. Very weird. And I can't hear it. Like, I can't hear myself right now. I'm stupid. Turn on your headphones, cat. Hold on. Hold the phone. I hear it. Hold on. I think there's a delay. There's a delay. Damn it. That means I have to restart my So basically what that means is I have to restart my my NDI stuff so that the delay goes away. Oh well. We'll do that for tomorrow. I'll restart the NDI tomorrow. It's fine. I don't need to worry about it now. I need to have music going so that my headphones don't turn off. That's what I need to have happen. Oh, good music. Below the Asteroids from EVE Online. FYI, when I was playing EVE Online and doing coding, because I was doing coding behind the scenes for other stuff, this is the song that I would consistently listen to. This is the song that all of my coding lays on. If I have a channel on Spotify for coding, this is the song that created that channel. It's freaking perfect. And most of the early EVE music is like this. And you can tell how spacey it is. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to be listening to right now. And I'm actually going to bring it up. Bring up the whole thing. See my Relax. I have the whole freaking. Well, why don't I have Rose of Victory downloaded? Maybe I just don't like it. But yeah, and this is the one that most people listen to. I think I've got like 100,000 of these myself. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Good stuff. This music. All right, let's get back to the actual game. The game design here. Now my headphones won't turn off, so if I have an issue, I can hear it. All right, so we're going back to this. Do I want it to be potency.aptitude? So we have the line and then the I think we just want the line and then the aspect. Or the aspect and then the line. But because it's here, I think we want potency.aptitude, which is raw damage. So that's how we're going to have it. Note stat line plus aspect. That way there we can rename the actual cell any damn time we want. inert and P0. So there's a scaling cell, right? Now we have, it says author's window. I don't author's window. That means it creates a window. It creates a reaction window. Or has reaction window. Has reaction window. True. Every skill, every reactable skill. Is this skill reactable? Can react to this skill. Does skill create reaction window? And then if it does, window, the window it opens has a delay, ms, how long the default reaction time is, 150 milliseconds, and then duration, or not how long. When does the reaction window actually open? 150 milliseconds after it starts. So, wind up and then react now, right? Ends up being like a visual that you see on the enemy. And it starts 150 milliseconds after the enemy starts winding up. So the enemy does this, there's no reaction. The enemy gets up here. Now there's a reaction window. You can kick it in the gut and it interrupts or whatever, right? And how long can you do that is the duration. Duration ms is 500 milliseconds, meaning that you have half a second to actually do it. Only when has reaction, only available with as reaction. You know what? Because I'm going to be using this later, even though this is it's a throwaway, it's a, it drives the prototype, it's basically throwaway. I'm going to be using this the basis here to create everything. So I want to make things mine instead of just there. And so produces arena is like modifies arena. And this ends up being null instead of flag, e.g., or for example, flag, fire zone, lifetime 2. Right? Creates state instead of produces state is empty, and this way we have states created for chains and combos. And then resolves if and this is like this is the one that we started talking about, the anticipatory stuff. Flavor F. Flavor F. I don't know what flavor F means in this thing's example. What does that mean? Flavor F. Yeah, it's very obvious. Yeah, very. Yeah, Flavor Flav. Exactly. Yeah. I knew exactly where you were going with that. It's like extremely obvious. But they spelled flavor wrong in that case. It's Flava Flav. Flava. Enter. Wrap me in a bolt of lightning. What the fuck? Okay. All right. We'll just do this. Yeah, but I don't know what the flavor F is, so we'll figure that out anyway. Anyway, it's an resolves if as an anticipatory conditional. So like, if it weren't a basic attack and it were something else, it would only fire. Like you're sitting there, you're like in a defensive stance, waiting for the enemy to do something. If they do it, then boom, you do it, right? So, yeah. There's no condition there, which, yeah. So that's the basic structure of one of them, of one ability. The basic structure of an ability. Now we have the interaction stuff for a parry. ID parry. Name parry. With a capital P, motherfucker. Oh my god. Type, not kind, is a reaction. The pool cost, or the pool resource cost, the active attack defense cost, the pool cost is 3, right? And this ends up being drawn on attempt, not. It gets run when you try to do it, not when it resolves. Effect is a negate counter, negate, and counter. So it negates the incoming damage and counter attacks. That's what a parry does, right? And so in this case, that's not going to be what a parry does in the full game. It's just to make things look good. So we have negate counter. We also have deflect, partial, and then we additionally have class rider. I don't know what that means, class rider. I don't know what it is doing with class rider. I'll figure it out later. The magnitude is 12, which is static. Again, we don't know what that parry strength is going to be, but that parry strength is going to come from a cell over here. And so if we take a look over here, I'm not even going to look at this one. If we take a look over here, physical mitigation, it could be destiny resilient or destiny mechanical for physical mitigation. It could be acumen spiritual for riposte. It could be acumen mechanical for brace power. It could be reflex spiritual for poise, and I think that's actually what it's going to be. It could also be talent dimensional for skill aptitude. Actually, I think it's going to be talent dimensional for skill aptitude. Engagement parry power. Engagement. I didn't even see parry power. Parry power, pally power, yeah. Static. And P0. And then we have scaling cell, which is the same as up above. And this ends up being, see how that says engagement parry power? This is engagement technical. Because we're doing stat line plus aspect. Second. A moment. That got a little bit boring fast, so. Where did I put it? G. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, it does. Master system. Ah, here we go. Want to hear some good music? Yeah. The goblins mass for their final assault. Our waves will pass from this earth before nightfall, or by nightfall. Let the bards praise our courage. Sound is already all the way up. So Genesis ROM. Here we go. Scaling cell is engagement technical. I spell technical right. Did that really pause because I put it? Shouldn't pause in the, when I have it minimized. I'll just put it over here for now. And yes, Sega. Yep. Sega, Sega, Sega. This is Shining Force, a turn-based strategy game that I played a lot of. The music for it's pretty cool. So scaling cell is engagement technical for parry power. The magnitude comes directly from that cell. Why do I have both? The scaling cell scaling cell is documentary only in phase 0, so it's just to show where it's coming from. I think when we get to further into design and then start doing programming, that this is going to end up being magnitude is going to be cell engagement dot technical. Or maybe it'll be the base and then the scaling cell will be, yeah, that's what it's going to be. So it's going to start with a base magnitude and then it's going to scale based on other stuff. So that was the intro to Shining. No, I don't want to say CD. I want this one. Sucks that when I start moving it, it pauses. Shouldn't pause emulation. But good music. We'll do this for now. Scaling cell is engagement.technical. The reaction window allows reaction. Is true. end up being this stuff instead of compose. So compose versus combo. So instead of produce a state, it's create state. And now this one, when you're parrying, you can actually be taken advantage of. My cat, man. So this is from one of those games that I just did, and it's just repetitive, which is why I did that. This is also from one of those games. All right, yeah, that's enough. I'm not playing the game, so it's kind of bleh. Those I can't play. Those I can't play on stream. But you don't know who Ren is, go listen to him. So the priority we'll see you in 2.5 minutes, folks. I'm going to throw the ad up now, and we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Well, I'll still be here. And for those of you who don't get ads, I'll still be talking to you and whatnot. You're not going to miss much if you have ads, because all it is coding and not even coding. Learning the YAML structure that we're going to be using for the combat multi-actor prototype that we're going to be building soon-ish, I hope. We'll see you in 2.5. Not for long, just for a while. Celebrate, smile. Actually, I think most of these.
Everything it takes for a great career. Someplace along the line, got mixed up with the wrong guy. You know, wound up dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it's not going to just be individual and AoE attacks, not a single target, multi-target, etc. There are going to be multiple types of incoming attacks. So yeah, right now resolves versus either is currently individual AoE or either, because I only have currently individual attacks or an AoE attack like a like a like a tri blaster. It's everything or whatnot. Later on, when we start actually doing the development instead of just prototyping, that's probably like there's going to need to be very specific model changes because of how many different things we're going to have available for the different attacks, defenses, skills, um, you know, presentation areas, all that nifty shit. So we're going to need to be able to do this a little bit differently than what this is laying out at the moment. All right. Now another one, ID trip, name, trip, type, action, reaction. Trip is a reaction to parry. Pool, cost, 2, effect, knockdown, magnitude. This is going to be like 2 turns. 1 turn. Yeah, we'll make it 2 turns. Scaling cell is the riposte cell, but I don't think we're going to have it be the riposte cell. I think we're going to have it be the I think this would also be like the parry power cell, but the scaling would be like significantly different, and the magnitude would be 1, and then it would scale off like same parry power or maybe skill aptitude, but the scaling of it would be significantly modified. So it would have its own like algorithm for Well, actually, let me see if I can explain that part with a different game. Let's see. WoW skill scaling. Per skill. Spell coefficients. That's what I'm talking about. Just doesn't gain all of your spell damage. It's scaled based on cast time. But this wouldn't be based on cast time. So coefficients, right? So magnitude would be based on coefficients. I'll be right back. That cat is I swear to Christ, that cat thinks it's a freaking human child. It screamed to get in here so that I would follow it into the bathroom and open the bathroom closet door so it could go in the bathroom closet instead of in here. Freaking weird cat. All right, so yeah, spell coefficients, or skill coefficients. This also means it will have skills that are pulling from multiple cells. So like a trip would be skill aptitude and overpower, maybe. Right? Oh no, effectivation. So scaling cell would be like momentum dot arcane or effectoration, and like a combination of both. It would also be acumen dot spiritual. So it scales off both, or the damage comes from both. Right? And then reaction window doesn't even show up. Or combos with. So a trip doesn't combo with anything. In Ashes of Creation, when you trip something, you could then do something else to it because it's tripped. That's not a combo, that's a chain. But let's say you trip something and then shove it at the same time. Maybe it goes further or something like that. So like, for now, this would be nothing. But that's how we're going to create skills later. And, if you haven't already, because we're developing the game, if you have skill or ability ideas that you think might go good with a turn-based MMO RPG, join my Discord. Join my Discord, and there's going to be a channel in there where you can participate in the general idea of the game, and eventually I'll post a link to the actual development, like the company that I have set for creating this Dark Lantern Games, and you can post like ideas in there and become a part of that community when I start getting a little bit further into the development of this game. But please, be a part of the community. This is a community thing. So combos with like the trip won't combo with anything right now. It could chain with something, but I'm not gonna say it chains with anything here. But what I am gonna say is that produces state, and that's actually creates state. And this is a prone or tripped, because that's what it is. They were tripped, right? This one trip doesn't produce the state, but creates the state, chains from, and this is going to be it chains from off balance. To make the fire rise, the blood of innocence burning in the sky. I'm not gonna sing. I'm listening. I'm not gonna sing. I'm sorry. I'm not in the mood. My voice is all fucked up because I've been talking a lot. So I'll just make it sound even worse than I just did. Sorry. Chains from off balance. Create state tripped. Chains from off balance. Priority. A trip is not as quick to happen as a parry. So if somebody tries to parry, then the trip won't go off, or maybe it will, but maybe it'll have a lower likelihood of doing so. I don't know. You know, I'm Hmm. I have an idea regarding this, but I'm not sure. It's going to make more changes to stuff, and it resolves around priority. I don't want a parry preventing you from then tripping them. Oh, why'd you say that, Kane? Oh my God, now I want one. Not from Bluebell. I just want a chocolate lava cake. Now I'm hungry. I'll be back. You made me hungry. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be right back. My baby's gonna make dinner. Yay. Well, she's gonna heat up dinner from the other day. I know it's ice cream. I know Bluebell is ice cream. We don't have a Bluebell near us. What's that? What? Ice cream place. Yeah. Like North Cold Stone Creamery.
Ice cream place?
Cold Stone Creamery?
Oh,
Kimball's? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Is it? Is it? Maybe they do have it here, but no, I was thinking of an ice cream store like Cold Stone Creamery. So the idea I have for priority is the order in which they are resolved. So priority for parry doesn't stop a trip. It's just that the parry goes off first. And I think that changes things. Anyway, let's do ID, brace, name, brace, type, reaction, no, tempo, pool cost. And just to be clear, this is actually planned, untimed mitigation. Two, mitigation bonus. So you spend the passive, you spend the pool to defend by bracing instead of just letting it sit there. And again, this is just for and actually instead of mitigation bonus, this becomes magnitude. It's the same damn thing. Scaling cell. So this ends up being brace, which is brace power. So it's acumen dot mechanical. And because scaling cell here is like this, these also have to be like that, even if they're singular. Which will then give us the ability to have them scale off of multiple cells. Yeah. Yeah. So what this is doing, the enemy parried this turn. This is actually that's what that is. That should, instead of enemy parried this turn, that should just be parried. No. We'll figure that out later. And now we have the combos. So ordered means it has to go in that exact order. Ordered variant means it's a different one for the other variant, for the other order. So in this case, if Flame Wall came before Tri-Blaster, ordered variant would mean that that's a different skill than Flame Wall coming before Tri-Blaster. And these are just placeholders. Remember that. This is just prototyping. Oh, that's good. It's not lava cake, but damn, this this pasta and meat sauce is good. Oh yeah. What is this? Variant AB. Oh, ordered variant. Okay. Doing that order is going to make things difficult. How do you make yourself do things in a specific order? I game in jeans the same way I sleep naked. I just do it. How is it? How is it dangerous? You're gonna make me change how I sleep. How is it dangerous? Aaron was a bonus. Unplanned. But it ain't dangerous for us anymore. We're in our 50s, man. Mm-hmm. So why would I put mode ordered variant here? But oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is the thing, right? Men can have kids until they're like 90. Women have menopause. Yeah. This is just to show what that is, right? What do you mean you don't, Kayloon? What do you mean? Oh, well, yeah, menopause. Right? Is that what you mean? What's wrong? What's wrong? Motherfucker.
Phoenix. Phoenix scares her.
Did she just do that to you?
Yeah, she just ran across the bed. Tail is puffed out. It's Phoenix scaring the shit out of her. He was. He's been trying to come up here.
Yeah. My cat just or our cat just ran across Kayloon's face and put a gash in her head from here to here. Pretty sad. Oh yeah. So the gash in her head is from here, just above the middle of her left eye, to here, just above the right side of the middle of her right eye. A single gash, shoop, right across. Like, it's bad. If it happened to me, my face would be puffed out for a long time. She's not allergic to cats. I very seriously am. A cat scratches me and I'm itchy for like a month in that spot. It sucks. I wish my cat would sleep on me, on the covers next to me, whatever. But they don't. The cat that did, we had to put down in March. Oh yeah, she got you right at your eyebrow too. And she got you right here. Thank God she'd get you anywhere else. I don't think she's going crazy because Phobos passed. It's been 7 months. Kind of, but not really. I mean, yeah, it's the reason that she's here, but yeah, but that does cats don't go insane.
Her tail gets
Hmm.
in the house. I mean, look at Taz. Taz went wild.
My cat from hell. No, the cat from hell that we used to have was the one she just brought up, Taz. That was a cat from hell. None of these cats are actually hellish. This is just new over the past week. That cat has ripped Kayloon's face apart a little bit. Twice now. Her lip and now her forehead. Her lip while she was asleep and like almost her eye, and her forehead now. So I'm just gonna start scaring. The only thing I can do, because I don't want to abuse the cat, like throw it around or whatever, that's not in my repertoire, is to scare the cat so it doesn't come in that bedroom. To make it like afraid of going in the bedroom or know that the bedroom is off limits. And I don't know how to do that other than to just be like shooing it away every time it comes in, which basically scares it. But she's pretty amazing outside of that. Ad is coming in 6 minutes. Her tail wasn't poofed when she went downstairs, baby. She was fine when she went downstairs. She knew she was in trouble and didn't want to go anywhere near me. Like I tried to go pet her and she just ran before I even got 2 steps close to her. Do we? We might. Kayloon would know more than I do about that. I actually like the way this looks. There's some things that I've changed in it, of course, and there's some things that I'm going to change later. The butt. Things like Tri-Blaster, which are going to come from, like, the magnitude of it is going to come from the power of the constituent parts. And we'll see. Yeah. Two fields still carry unresolved seams. I want visible rather than say silently defaulted. Passive consumption, first 2 sessions ago. Still a runtime toggle on absorb preserves heavy defense has future cost. Persist breaks it. Defaulted to on absorb but not locked. We'll change that later. Chain ordering ambiguity. If a produced skill could both compose and chain in one resolution pass, which fires first? Deliberately left as a prototype knob. Not a schema field. It self-limits on pool. Forcing it on paper would be desk tuning. Yeah, our cat definitely has abuse in her past. She was basically abandoned. The place where we were living, she was an abandoned cat that would go around and run from people. She was super skinny, like super skinny, and she'd be basically eating out of the garbage cans, right? I don't know how it happened, but she started coming to our screen door, seeing the cat that we used to have at the door, and they basically made friends with each other, so they started being together a lot, to the point where she started trying to get into the house to spend time with our cat. And so we eventually let her in, and things happened, and she became pregnant in our house, had babies in our house, and then just never left. At one point, she was coming into our house to use the litter box and then leaving. But yeah, she's a really good cat that was abused in, like, before we got her, and you can tell. And she's come to trust us very well. So the stuff that's happened in the past week and a half has been definitely out of character. Ad coming. We'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Be right back. They never took care of the trash. I gotta go bring the trash to the dumpster. I'll be right back. God damn it. So much for valet. That was annoying. We have valet service that's supposed to come and take care of the trash before 8 o'clock every night. And they didn't do it tonight. I don't want my house smelling like garbage. So I had to go take care of it myself. Sorry about the delay. All right, so your ordering question exposes something the descriptor can't currently express. How often does that happen? All the time. Carryover, yes, with a caveat worth stating precisely. The descriptor's shape carries throughout field vocabulary, kind, pool, cost, interaction, scaling, etc. Is the hub classes, talents, combat, hang-off? Exactly as Claude and he frames it. Let's throw away his phase 0 treatment of it. Static magnitudes, inert cell tags, string literal states. Phase 1 makes those live without changing the shape. So carrying it over is true for the schema skeleton, not for the values. Your naming edits are the kind of shape refinement that should carry. Send them over when you want them reconciled into the canonical version. Multi-scaling via is a good call incidentally. A skill scaling off 2 cells is the hybrid case, and the array is the right primitive for it, yeah. Combo chain unlocks it, yeah. Now the real one, it is sharper than it looks. You've spotted a genuine contradiction, yeah, of course. That's a trap. Priority as order collapses ordered variant into whoever has a higher initiative decides the result, which is not what you want. You want the players to choose A to B or B to A intentionally as a plan, not as an accident of stat rolls. So priority is the wrong tool. Here's why and what the right tool is. The root confusion is conflating two different meanings of order: resolution order and recipe order. WeGo says intents are committed simultaneously, but the resolution has always been phased and sequenced. That's the entire point of the phase spine. Resolution was never simultaneous, only commitment is. Resolution is supposed to be simultaneous, though. But resolution is supposed to be simultaneous. You don't kill an enemy and stop his in-process gunshot or sword swing immediately. Inertia and other things dictate that these resolve at the same time. That said, the issue is resolution. The only conflict of combinatorial order means temporal order. That Sue literally happens before what in the resolution timeline. But it doesn't. Order can be a structural property of the combined effect without being a temporal property of resolution. The gun and the sword both land simultaneously. The recipe says that the gun into sword makes X, sword into gun makes Y. Can read its order from something other than time. Yes. The single player case you described is a tell, and it's a tell for the wrong reason. In single player, you order via a slow character first macro. That's temporal ordering, and it works only because single player resolution is sequential. You correctly see that this doesn't survive simultaneous multiplayer resolution. Of course I do, because I know what I'm doing. The lesson isn't find a multiplayer way to do temporal ordering. Its temporal ordering was always the wrong primitive. It just happened to be available in single player. So the real fix is to find the non-temporal thing that order can be derived from. Here are 3 candidates that derive order from combat itself rather than from a declaration or from initiative. Only one I think survives scrutiny, but I want to show the reasoning. Order derived from the pentagon, structural, my lead. The combo's order isn't temporal and isn't declared. It's read from the aspects of the constituent skills against the pentagon. Suwat Foy have aspects. The pentagon already defines a total structural relationship among the aspects, line adjacency, phase opposition, etc. A combo of 3 aspect skills has an intrinsic arrangement given by how those aspects sit on the pentagon. Order becomes which aspect is the anchor and how the others relate to it geometrically. And that's the same for everything boils right back down to the pentagon-based aspect system that I have at the root of this game. Okay. That's the same for every player, every time, derived from the skills themselves, not from who committed first. A into B versus B into A becomes a real distinction because aspect A anchoring aspect B is a different pentagon reading than aspect B anchoring aspect A. This is deeply on brand. Every system is a reading of the one pentagon. Combo order being another reading of it is the most Eltanen consistent answer imaginable. This makes order innate, a property of what the skills are, revolved simultaneously, no declaration, no initiative. Order derived from committed pool or intensity. The position in the combo is set by how much each participant committed to their part. Could do that, but that then breaks away the idea that you can add more to make something stronger. You add more power to your Suwat Foy to make Tri-Blaster stronger. So Suwat Foy are all at 1, it's a 1 power Tri-Blaster. Su gets to level 10 and the other 2 are still at 1. It becomes like a level 4 Tri-Blaster. They all go to 10, it becomes a level 10 Tri-Blaster. That's what I'm thinking of. And Candidate 2 breaks that. So Candidate 2 isn't going to be a thing, you know? Order derived from the committed pool or intensity of the parts. We could have some do that. So like a Holy Flare or something like that could be okay. It's a really powerful Tandil and a really not that powerful EFAS, right? Order free with arrangement as a separate emergent property. Your quick fix but sharpened combos are generally order free to assemble, but the result varies based on emergent combat property, which target, which arena state, which aspects, etc., rather than sequence. This dodges the ordering problem entirely, but by admitting order was never the right axis. Composition context is A to B and B to A produce the same combo, but the combo's effect reads differently on the battlefield. My honest read, Candidate 1 is the real fix, it is, and Candidate 3 is the correct phase 0 fix. It is not. They're not. It's not. We can't go order free. Well, we can, but we're not going to. Pentagon-derived order is innate, combat-derived, simultaneous, safe, and maximally Eltanen. Order emerges from the skill's aspects against the fixed geometry. Identical for everyone. Manipulable only by choosing which skills to bring, which is a plan, not a dice roll or a declaration. That's the answer to how can order be innate under simultaneous resolution, because it's geometric, not temporal. The dead man's gunshot and the sword land together. The recipe reads their aspects, not their timestamps. But Candidate 1 requires the pentagon to combo order mapping to actually exist and be designed. which is real work and unproven. Exactly the kind of thing the execution sequence says don't build before it's proven. So for phase 0, ship candidate 3, order free assembly. The prototype tests whether combos are fun and legible at all without the ordering layer. If combos land, phase 1 plus layers pentagon derived order on candidate 1 on top, and because assembly is already order free, adding geometric ordering is additive, not a rewrite. I'm kind of opposed to that, but only because I kind of already know that combos are going to be a win. Prove combos are fun, not prove the hardest version of combos works. Open question I can't answer. Design, not a phase 01. Does the Pentagon actually admit clean order derivation? Is A into B versus B into A? It needs to be a real non-arbitrary Pentagon reading. Or candidate 1 is just as band-aid as slot extra steps. I expect it does. I expect that it does. Or suspect that it does. Anchor aspect plus Lin phase relationships of the others gives a directional structure. But I haven't proven it, and I won't pretend that I have. That's the thing to design after phase 0 proves combos are worth ordering at all. I'm so confident that combo ordering is worth the work that I kind of want to put that into phase 0 and make that part of the validation of the entire combat system. Because the combat system, I don't believe will work at all without combos. Combos are a part of this. But in doing so, I make the prototype to verify that the combat system is quote unquote fun, or it has the capability to be fun, is not dull right from the get-go. I add more complexity to that with the deadline still looming. And then I have to find out what the Pentagon order mapping is going to be. We're going to do that. I want to ensure that the combo system, which is one of the core pillars for combat, skills, abilities, the whole 9 yards, I want to ensure it works with the ordering, as in Su Wat Foy being Tri-Blaster is different than Foy Wat Su, which would be like Firestorm or something like that, right? So I want to make sure that works, because if it does, then we're great. If it doesn't, then I have to reconsider, rethink the entire skill system for combos. It means that the way that I'm developing the simultaneity of combat resolution now has to have a different way to make the players gain payoff for doing things differently, right? Hey, we now know that Su Wat Foy does this. I want to experiment. Does Foy Wat Su do something different? Does Wat Foy Su do something different? And of course, all of them are going to end up being the same, but I want that experimentation, because that's what it is in Phantasy Star 4. That's what I'm using as a example. That doesn't mean that that's going to be in this game. It just means that's the idea, right? And so I want them to find like secrets and results and whatnot through that kind of experimentation. And the minute I say ordering never matters, then as soon as you find something, every incarnation of that skill's constituent parts make that skill. And it doesn't matter what order they are in. And if that happens, that removes not just the strategy, but the collectability, the joy of exploration, or part of the joy of exploration from the game, specifically from the, find these hidden skills in the game, such that I can't put in a different skill from a different combination, 3 months down the road, and have people find it and be like, hey, there's been a change, and not know that the change was there, because I'm not going to put it in patch notes until people find it, that kind of thing. And so because of this, I need to ensure that we're testing not just combat with combos and chains, but also combat with combos where the order is a necessary part of whether that combo results in skill A or skill B. And I think that needs to be in phase 0. I think that needs to be in this rather than in phase 1, like a future build instead of testing. That being said, Yeah. Can the pentagon distinguish aptitude spiritual mechanical from spiritual mechanical aptitude in a principled, non-arbitrary way? Let me actually try to derive it and see if it holds or breaks. If it breaks, candidate 1 is dead, and we need to know today. Your example uses aptitude spiritual mechanical, which is dimensional spiritual mechanical. I said aptitude. It's dimensional spiritual. Dimensional spiritual mechanical. So we'll open this up so that we see it. Dimensional spiritual mechanical. So this one here. We have to say that this actually is different than that dimensional spiritual mechanical is a different run from mechanical dimensional spiritual. Dimensional spiritual mechanical is different from spiritual mechanical dimensional. So it is derivable. So it is derivable. But now we have a problem. That's a lot. Holy shit. I'm going to finish reading the whole thing, but I have to, before I do. Let's verify that. There's a crack. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. A Hamiltonian path on the 5 cycle. The number of distinct Hamiltonian paths is large, but they are not all geometrically distinct. One, two, three, four. Yeah, so they're all distinct that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are all geometrically distinct. So no matter how many players are in a group, we're only going to ever have 5 plus an edge signature. So this is actually good, but legibility doesn't scale. This does work. All right, let's go. Let's read this whole freaking thing because there's specifics that we need to know about. I said, I want to ensure that the combo system, which is one of the cores for combat skills abilities, works with the ordering. This is kind of a must. If ordering doesn't fit, we need to know before doing the full build, e.g. in the prototype. If it does work, we need to validate how it works. Both of these requirements come out of the desire to see exploration, investigation, and adventure be rewarded. Like, we found a new combat order, or holy shit, this order is better against X than the original order. Because of this, and because this is a core requirement, it makes Phase Zero's requirement not just that combos are fun, but that they have depth. Testing won't have secrets, but if order doesn't matter now, then we can't test it, and that's the crux. We should absolutely look at using Candidate 1, which was above. That made me feel all warm and fuzzy when I read it because it was a near identical copy of what I was thinking. However, because order is still a thing, value over timing, there must be a way to make a skill that combines aptitude, which is dimensional, spiritual, and mechanical, different from spiritual, mechanical, and dimensional, for example. This is the right call, and it correctly reframes Phase Zero's gate. Let me first make sure that the reframing is on the record. Then go do the actual work because you've handed me a concrete, checkable question and I owe you an answer. Not more framing. We'll do the framing in a minute. We have an ad in 4 minutes. I'm not going to get through all of this in 4 minutes. I'm going to throw the ad up now, go to the restroom, come back, and I'm going to continue from right here. That's where we're at. The gate change recorded. So we will be back in 2.5 minutes. For those of you who don't have ads, please take this time during the ad break to get up, go hydrate, walk around a little bit if you can. Take some time to take care of yourself is basically what I'm saying. Hydrate if you can drink water. Grab a soda if you don't drink water. I don't generally drink water, but I try. And just take care of yourself. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. All right. I'm going to open a new chat in the same thing. That's the question. Going to the bathroom and sitting on my ass to take a shit got me to think. Solo players get the payoff through personal combo access, sequencing your own skills across multiple turns for chaining bonuses, which is a single player mirror of the party combo per combat model. I already have it written down. So what's to stop a single player from using those combos in a multiplayer scenario? All right, that should be okay. I'm going to delete that now. I'm going to delete that now so that we don't have it polluting our project. Okay, so I already have it built in section 8. All right. The gate change recorded. Phase 0 no longer tests are combos fun. It tests, do combos have order-derived depth? Because order dependence is a core requirement, and a prototype that can't exhibit order dependence can't validate it. That means order must be live in phase 0, not deferred. This retracts my defer candidate 1 ship order free recommendation. You're right that deferring it makes the crux untestable, and an untestable crux is exactly the thing proof before build exists to prevent. So candidate 1 has to work now, or we need to know it can't. Agreed and locked. Now the real question, which is falsifiable and therefore answerable. Can the Pentagon distinguish dimensional, spiritual, mechanical from spiritual, mechanical, dimensional in a principled, non-arbitrary way? Let me try to derive it and see if it holds or breaks. If it breaks, candidate 1 is dead, and we need to know today. So that you know, dimensional, spiritual, mechanical is Lin, phase, Lin. That works. That's definitely different from spiritual, mechanical, dimensional, which is phase, Lin, Lin. Right? And so it's not just phase, Lin, Lin. It's phase to mechanical, Lin to dimensional, Lin to spiritual, right? Lin, phase from spiritual to mechanical, Lin from mechanical to dimensional, right? So it's phase Lin versus Lin phase, right? Because it doesn't loop. It's just dimensional, spiritual, mechanical. Start at dimensional, go Lin phase, versus start at spiritual, go phase Lin. So that works. It's measurable. You can see the path that you have to take to get there. That makes sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. It's buried in the geometric shape. So it works. The pentagon we're working with from the race table reference, authoritative, Lin adjacent ring is dimensional, spiritual, technical, arcane, mechanical, and then back to dimensional. So the cycle is dimensional, spiritual, technical, arcane, mechanical, dimensional. The facets are aptitude, conviction, competence, growth, resilience, right? Opposite for each is the dimensionals phase are technical and arcane, which are opposite. So down here. And so spirituals are arcane and mechanical, etc., etc. So your example uses dimensional, spiritual, mechanical. Let me place them on the ring. There they are on the ring. Dimensional, spiritual, mechanical is dimensional and spiritual are adjacent, so it's a Lin. Dimensional, mechanical are adjacent, so that's a Lin. Spiritual and mechanical are not adjacent. That's a phase. So this triple is 2 Lin edges sharing the dimensional vertex plus a phase relationship closing spiritual, mechanical. Dimensional is the articulation point, the vertex that both edges pass through. Here's a key structural fact that makes order derivable. A triple of aspects on a 5 cycle is not symmetric. It has a shape. Specifically, dimensional, spiritual, mechanical has a distinguished vertex, dimensional, that is Lin adjacent to both others. So that makes sense to me. 2 of them are arms adjacent to the hinge and phase to each other. That asymmetry is what order can read. Does that sequence map onto the asymmetry in a way that makes dimensional, spiritual, mechanical not equal to spiritual, mechanical, dimensional? And yes, it does, because they're different. It's even though it's saying that dimensional is the vertex, if I say that spiritual is the midpoint, that becomes the anchor, not dimensional. So you walk You walk dimensional, spiritual, mechanical. Anchor dimensional. Dimensional to spiritual is the Lin, and then spiritual to mechanical is the phase. So the traverse is Lin, then phase anchored on dim. That's the starting point. Walk spiritual, mechanical, dimensional. Spiritual to mechanical is a phase. So there's that. And then mechanical to dimensional is a Lin. All of that anchored on spiritual. So they're different walks. A different anchor, different edge sequence. The set is identical, but the directed walk over the pentagon is not. And the walk is a real geometric object. It's not a declaration or an initiative roll. That's the innate combat-derived simultaneous safe distinction that you needed. Order changes what edges you traverse in which direction, and the pentagon assigns meaning to each edge. ABC and BCA are different paths through the same 3 points, and the path has structure. It satisfies simultaneity because nothing resolves in order temporally. It's a structure as opposed to a temporal order. The combo's identity and effect are computed from the directed walk their aspects define. A structural read resolved in one simultaneous step. Identical for every player who brings those skills in that arrangement. The order is the shape of the path, not a timeline. The dead man's foy still fires into the combined effect. The combined effect is just is the Lin phase from dim reading rather than the phase Lin from spirit reading. And why this rewards exploration, your actual design goal, because the mapping is structural but not obvious. A player doesn't intuit that anchoring on dim Lin first is better against an arcane target than anchoring on spirit phase first. They discover it by trying because dim's Lin conflict lands harder into what dimensional conflicts with, while the spirit anchored walk distributes differently. So this anchored on dimensional does more damage to arcane or technical than this one does, because spiritual and does less damage to these two than this one does, because specifically the dimensional technical, because spiritual and technical have a conflicting relationship. It's emergent from geometry, not authored per combo. That's a solo dev scalable version of new combo order discovered. Now the honest part where this could still break and what phase zero must actually test. The derivation works. The pentagon does distinguish the orderings cleanly and non-arbitrarily. Candidate 1 is alive, but distinguishable is necessary, not sufficient. 3 things could still sink it, and only play answers them. Are the distinctions legible? The walk is real, but can a player feel that Lin phase from dim differs from phase to Lin? That Lin phase from dimensional differs from phase Lin from spiritual. Lin phase is different from phase Lin or phase Lin, right? Centered on dimensional first or centered on spiritual first. You should be able to feel that no matter what. It makes it complex but not complicated, not convoluted but easy, because everything in the entire game is going to be based off the same thing. I'm phased, so I do less damage to arcane and technical as a dimensional creature because I have a relationship, a good working relationship with these two, and I have a tenuous relationship with mechanical and spiritual, right? So that makes sense because everything in the game is built off of that general structure, including the skills and abilities. Even though you can attach any aspect to any other aspect, it still has weight. So are the distinctions legible? The walk is real, but can a player feel that Lin phase from dim differs from phase Lin from spiritual? Or does it read as noise? Phase zero's job, make the walk visible, show the path, show which edges are Lin phase, and see if players build intuition. If they can't, order depth is real but unusable, which is as good as dead. So this becomes this. And is that readable, legible, and usable? If I write it more appropriately. I think it is. Especially with these two. A mutually beneficial relationship between two opposing aspects. These aspects are phased. The common conflicting aspect is anti-phased. So these two, that one. A Lin is a conflict-filled direct relationship between two aspects. Phase races balance these relationships to draw on both aspects' power to at great cost. Extreme detachment from the aspect's common phase. These two has a common phase, right? But I think it's pretty understandable, especially if this language becomes a little bit easier to use. Like get rid of the facet value stuff, and just show things. I think that will come with testing. Are there enough distinct walks to matter? A 3-aspect combo has up to 6 orderings, but by pentagon symmetry, some collapse. A walk in its reverse may read identically for a symmetric effect. I don't think that that's the case. So dimensional, spiritual, mechanical it's the same thing via Lin phase as dimensional, mechanical, spiritual, but they both start with dimensional. So now we have, okay, that is identical except for the order in which they are, right? Because it's now dimensional focused with a phase, with a Lin and then a phase. So maybe the actual count of meaningfully distinct orderings because of the way this is, right? So we look at, where did you go? Where did you go? We go, is the Lin phase from dim reading different from the phase Lin from spiritual reading? And so in this case, is the Lin phase from dimensional reading different than the Lin phase from dimensional? And the Lin phase, that reading is different, but the step is the same. The walk is different. So that's what I'm thinking here, but I might be getting a little confused about this part. I might be getting a little confused. That is a distinct walk because it's going along different vertices. Like it's not the same, but I think it might be, I might be reading number 2 here wrongly, according to what it says. If most triples yield only 2 distinct walks, the depth is thinner than the fiction promises. This is worth checking early. If most triples yield only 2 distinct walks, here's the triple, here's 1 distinct walk, here's a second distinct walk, here's a third distinct walk, here's a 4, well, this one actually is the same as, no, it's not. So spiritual to dimensional to mechanical is spiritual Lin. But it's the same Lin just with different parts. I don't think I can compute but should verify against real effect mappings if most triples yield only 2 distinct walks. I need it to confirm what a distinct walk is. Because a dimensional spiritual mechanical is distinct from dimensional mechanical spiritual. If you count the vertices it goes through, if all you say is it started at dimensional and it did Lin phase, then that could be dimensional mechanical technical, or dimensional mechanical spiritual, or dimensional spiritual arcane, or dimensional spiritual mechanical. Like, that's 4 of them off of 1 set, which turns 4 into 1, and that's not good. Does the mapping stay consistent across all triples, or does it produce nonsense for some aspect combinations? Ergo, triples that are all Lin or all phase. Dimensional spiritual technical. Dimensional arcane spiritual. Dimensional spiritual mechanical is a nice mixed case. An all adjacent triple, dimensional spiritual technical. 3 consecutive ring vertices or a triple with no Lin edges needs checking. The principle must not break on the corners. So phase zero's combo requirement, made concrete and testable, implement pentagon walk derived combo identity. Anchor plus directed Lin phase edge sequence. Anchor plus directed Lin phase edge sequence. It can fail, which is exactly what you want from a proof prototype. I think that this right here, if it's anchor plus Lin phase sequence, but it's a directed Lin phase edge sequence, they can never touch it. I can never say I'm going to from dimensional to spiritual via a phase. There's no phase that connects that. It's a Lin. It's a direct connection. The descriptor change this implies a small and clean combo start carrying an authored mode ordered unordered. Instead, the effect is computed from the walk. Aspect required, dimensional, spiritual, mechanical. A set that can combine no sequence field, no mode. Order isn't authored. The resolver computes combo identity from the directed walk. Anchor is first resolved aspect. Edges are Lin. Phase steps along the arrangement. Different walks over the same set are different results. By geometry. The one rule, same for every combo. But this raises the one question I can't resolve by derivation that you have to answer, because it's the hinge between order is innate and order is back to being declared. If order isn't authored and isn't temporal, what fixes the anchor? Which aspect is first in the walk? At resolution. The walk needs a starting vertex. The anchor is the aspect whose caster committed most pool. This is a real question that I'm not going to be able to answer right now. This raises the one question that can't be resolved by the AI and through derivation, and that I have to answer, because it's the hinge between order is innate and order is back to being declared. If order isn't authored and it's not temporal, as in it's not based on priority through resolution, what fixes the anchor? Which aspect is the first in the walk at resolution? The walk needs a starting vertex, dimensional to spiritual to mechanical. Options. The anchor is the aspect whose caster committed the most pool, combat derived per candidate 2, but only for the anchor selector and not for the whole order. Much narrower, harder to game. If the order matters, not just for the starting aspect, but for every aspect in the sequence, then the way you define what the order is going to be when you put points into the skill is based on the attack defense pool that we have right now, which I have no idea what we're going to call, but it ends up being based on how much you put toward that attack. You only get to attack or defend or whatever once per turn. You only get to react once per turn. So in order to make something like that, I'm going to put 10 to... Holy shit. Strategic viability, strategic depth. All right, we want to do a Tri-Blaster. How much... I want to be able to defend. All right, well, you still have to put 3 toward that Tri-Blaster, toward the Sue. I'll put 2 to Watt, and he can put 1 to Foy. So now we have a Tri-Blaster that is 3-2-1 because that's the order of it. And we still have stuff for defense. But it means that our attack power is severely limited. Well, I'll put like 9 to Sue. You can put 7 to Watt, and you still only put 1 to Foy to make sure that it goes through. But then you have the defense capability. That could work, but I think that's convoluted. That could work, but I think it's convoluted. Or the anchor, and so doing it that way makes it's much narrower. It's harder to game, as in it's harder to screw with it, right? The anchor could be the target relative aspect. The target is of an aspect, and so the way that the skill works is the strongest pentagon relationship to the target's primary, making the combo auto-orient toward the enemy. It's elegant. It ties combos to the damage model layer 2, and it means which order is partly the enemy's fault, which is incredibly on thesis for this order is better against X. However, it removes autonomy from the party. hey, we're going to cast a combo. We don't know what combo is going to happen. It's likely going to be this because this enemy is arcane, but we don't know. Or the party still picks the anchor, one bit of declaration far lighter than full slotting. That's just for one anchor. That's just for one anchor. What if the order is 3 that have to be in that specific order? Like dimensional, spiritual, mechanical is different from dimensional, mechanical, spiritual. And it's the same walk, Lin phase, but now it's a different skill because mechanical takes the secondary. So now it's instead of like shattering the glass in the whatever realm it is in Avengers, in the Avengers movie with the what's her face there, the supreme being or whatever she is, then now instead dimensional, mechanical, spiritual, now you're liquefying armor or what have you. So it becomes a different overall aspect based on the order, and the order isn't just whichever the primary is. Shit. I think this needs to be the first option. I don't even know. Because I feel like that first option makes things cumbersome. But part of the strategy that I'm looking at, and this is likely to change in later iterations of not the design, but when we start getting to development. Let me show what I mean. So the idea that I'm thinking, right, is wrong project. Can I open a new copy of this? Yeah. So the thing I'm thinking right now is the bar that's at the bottom. This bar right here. So, I'm going to cast the dimensional cell. I'm going to put 9 points or whatever into it. All right, now I'm going to cast the other one. I'm going to put 7, and I'm going to cast the last one and put 2. This itself might change later on. This whole reserve pool, put more points to attack or more power into your attack and whatnot. Because it's turn-based, I think this can stick around, but I'm not sure how this is going to look at the end. Like when the development is in alpha and beta phases. I'm thinking about using this right now for this. That's the aspect whose caster committed the most pool, which gives players a way to change what skill or what combo skill they're trying to use. For example, like a 2 skill combo. Yes, you cast this, I'm going to cast this. You put I'm going to put 5 points into my attack. So because we want yours to go first, put 6. I don't feel comfortable doing 6. All right, well, I'll do 4, you do 5. Right? Or okay, well that's fine. We'll make the combo the other combo instead. And so here we go. We do it this way. Right? Additionally, we can have something in later phases. We can have something to make things a little bit easier. Hey, I learned this skill. I don't have that skill, or I don't know that skill. Well, boom, this is what I think we should all do. Suggestions, so-and-so wants to do this. Yes, let's do that. Boom. At what power? Boom. That kind of thing as part of the overall start combat setup per turn. And if nobody knows that skill, you have to discover it. Or even better, player A wants to cast Tri-Blaster, gets sent out. Player B sees player A wants to cast Unknown. And because it's unknown, you don't know what skill to cast or what order to cast it in or how much power to put into it. And so you see this, but you have an unknown there because you haven't learned it yet. Right? And so now you have to communicate with your teammates to figure out what it is. Maybe we can have something like that. Maybe. But I think this is the base where it's all going to be. So yes, this is what we're going to do. We're gonna build it based on that. Out of this one for now. So it's going to be the caster who committed the most pool per step. So if we have a 10-step thing, you have to commit, and so that bar won't be like. I think maybe we have our maximum ends up being like 8 steps. So if we have a 25-person party, you can have 3 combos that go off and 1 person that just straight up defends. And if you have a 15-person party, you have 1 and 7 people doing something else. Or maybe we just have 5-person combos. But we'll figure that out later. I think right now, the combo ends up being the committed pool per skill. Because what if you have at 2 skills that are combined aspects? All right. So now we're going to, it's just adding complication to that we have to have ready in the prototype to make sure that it actually feels good. And these are things that have to be tested so that we know what works and what doesn't. Because something that doesn't work might actually derail the entire combat system. Hey, welcome to design. All right, so you found the boundary case that either confirms the model scales or exposes that directed walk was hiding an assumption. From this, walk them on the ring, dimensional, spiritual, technical, arcane, mechanical, back to dimensional. The repeats. Is a dimensional, spiritual, arcane versus a dimensional, spiritual, dimensional, arcane. Same multi-set, different arrangement. Does the walk distinguish them? The walk does distinguish them, but that's because dimensional doesn't go anywhere. It stays dimensional. All of it ends up being directed on how many points are put into each skill at the start. And it also allows for surprise discoveries. You've got 3 people. I'm going to use this skill. I'm going to use this skill. I'm going to use this one. And oh, they did it in the correct order because they put the correct amount of points to each. If they're all the same amount of points, then the only time that actually fires is if it's a skill that doesn't care what the order is. So like Tri-Blaster. Oh, I've got 10 to, I'm casting Sue. I'm going balls to the wall. I've got 10 in attack. I'm going balls to the wall with Watt. And I'm doing the same thing with Foy. If we get hit, we're all going to die, but whatever, let's do it. And then, oh my God, we have a combo skill. Hey, how about that? You know? And then 10 to dimensional, 9 to dimensional, 8 to mechanical, 7 to arcane is the dim mech arc that would be a different one. So it's not that it stays there. It's instead of the walk. Yeah, it ends up not being the walk. It ends up being points toward that attack skill. That's actually the cleanest. All of this doesn't matter anymore. I actually think it's just points attributed to the attack for that skill. I don't even have to read the rest of this. does all this walk the one pentagon falter if I say just use pool applied to attack to determine skill ordering? So dim 8, dim 7, spy 5, arc 1 is the same as dim 4, dim 3, spy 2 arc for purposes of combo, and the total amount applied is the actual power of the combo. I think it does. I think it all falls apart and this just becomes easier. It reintroduces it too. We spent the last turns killing. Pool committed per skill determines the ordering, and total pool across a combo determines the power. Right. Total pool applied as the combo's power is clean and correct. Pool as ordering reintroduces the thing I wanted to reject 2 turns ago by the order. You demissed slotting because it made order an out-of-band declaration, but it's not actually an out-of-band declaration. It makes order a purchasable declaration. If highest pool first sets the walk, then a player choosing how much pool to commit is choosing the anchor, which means choosing the walk, which means choosing the result. This order is better against X, stops being discovery and becomes a spend decision. Players who know the matchup just pump pool into the aspect they want anchored. That's the buy the outcome you want. Failure mode you already ruled out. The Pentagon Walks model's whole virtue is that order came from what the skills are, not from a manipulable knob. Pool ordering hands the knob back. It collapses the order depth gate exists to test. Your 2 examples are ordering identically as a tell. Under pool ordering, dim 8, 7, spirit 5, arc 1, and dim 4, 3, 2, 1 are the same combo. But under the walk model, the interesting question was whether dim spy, dim arc differs from dim spy arc. Different arrangements of the same aspects. Pool ordering can't express that distinction at all. Yes, it can. Pool ordering can absolutely express that differentiation. Dim 4, spy 3, dim 2, arc 1. And this, by the result, cleanly attaches to the power / defense pool spend that we already have and would already be using for a spell or ability anyway. It breaks the geometry that made repeats and scaling work. Last turn, repeats as vertex weighting and size invariance both came from the walk being a structural read of the pentagon. Pool ordering isn't a pentagon read at all. The magnitude sort that happens to use aspects as labels. Under it, dim isn't double vertex weight. It's 2 dim skills sorted by their pool values. Power, how strong the combo is. This should be pool derived. Identity, which combo forms, which walk, which result. This must be arrangement derived. Asking these questions is thus. Dim, spy, mech is different from dim, mech, spy, and from mech, dim, spy. all the anchor is just that, the first. What if the second skill is also ordered? What if it isn't? Dim spy mech and dim mech spy could be the same skill, but if so, yeah, commit more. Pool is a power choice, magnitude access. Use them and you lose the discovery access entirely. No, you don't, because you still have to use the power to discover the other abilities. Except that if you put more power into something, it could then fuse into a different ability, even though it's the same skills. So here's another thing. There's this setup here where if you have 3 abilities that you do in a certain order, then you have X. So actually it's not a problem, because this is just using aspects, but what I'm talking about is the actual skills. There. I can't even finish reading that because it's problem. The walk was underspecified the whole time. First, conceding the pool point cleanly. You're right. Dim 4, Spirit 3, Dim 2, Arc 1 expresses arrangement and magnitude in one vector. The pool values are the ordering and the power, and repeats sort into their positions naturally. It's more elegant than I gave it credit for. It's not by the anchor as a separate knob. It's the same spend you're already making for the skill read 2 ways. This is why AI isn't like it will never make a game or a book, or it might never. It might get to the point where it does, but right now, today, and in the near future, it will not make a game as well as a human team can, and it will never write a book as well as a seasoned author can. The existing pool spend, not a new access. The manipulability concern remains real, but it's a balance question. Players trivially dial optimal orders. And balance is tuning phase, so pool as order and power stands good. That settled, I was wrong to resist it. It just provides the order, it doesn't tell you what the order means. That's the crux, and I want to state it exactly as you did. Is dimensional spiritual mechanical the same as dimensional mechanical spiritual? Same anchor, swapped second and third. Is spiritual mechanical dimensional different anchor? What if dimensional spiritual mechanical isn't equal to dimensional mechanical spiritual? What if every position is significant? The walk model has to commit to how much of the sequence carries meaning, and I never made it commit. Pool tells you the sequence. It doesn't tell you whether swapping positions 2 and 3 is a different combo or the same one. That's not a pool question. It's a question about what the walk reads. There are exactly 3 possible answers, and they're all a design choice, not a derivation. I can't math my way to the right one, only lay out what each costs. Anchor only. Order barely matters. Only position 1, the anchor is significant. The rest is a set. Dimensional, spiritual, mechanical is the same thing as dimensional, mechanical, spiritual. That leaves you with 5 base combo sets. That's not good. It's cheap to author. It's easy to read, but it barely delivers a whole. We found a new order fantasy. There's only one meaningful choice, the anchor. So the discovery space, the anchor and the length of the combo. So dimensional spiritual is the same as dimensional technical, is the same as dimensional arcane, same as dimensional mechanical. So you have 5 there, right? Then you have dimensional spiritual technical, which is the same as dimensional mechanical arcane. That doesn't sound like it should be the same, but it is because it's the anchor and it's a 3-skilled choice, right? Full sequence, every position is significant. All 6 orderings of a triple are distinct. This is the deepest, and the one your what if DSM and DMS are different is reaching towards. Maximum discovery space, but it has a brutal cost. The number of distinct combos explodes as permutations, and most of them need to mean something. For a triple, that's 6. For a 5-part, it's 120. You can't author meaning for 120 orderings of one aspect set, and even if the walk distinguishes them geometrically, a player can't feel 120 distinctions. Full sequence is where legibility dies and the authoring build becomes solo dev fatal. In addition to that, you want combos to be not rare, but to be powerful and not easy to implement. Yes, in Phantasy Star 4, you can cast Tri-Blaster every round, but your mana pool will run out in doing so. And the idea here is you won't be able to cast a combo every round, especially combos that pull from the same spots, because A, your mana pool or your energy pool won't allow it, and B, your attack and defense pool will eventually run out, because combos, when you're casting them, are going to eventually overrun your regen for your attack and defense pool. You spend 10 this turn, you get 5 back per turn. You can't spend 10 next turn. Now you spend 5, you got 5 every turn, but now you're not defending ever. You're dead. Even if you're using combos, you're dead because you're going to need to have to defend. So there's that part. And the second part about this is that not every combination is going to lead to a combo attack. Number one, it's 120 for the dimension, for the aspects. It's not 120 for the skills. You're going to have different skills that do different things. So there's going to be a lot of possibility. Let's take Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star 4 is an example. How many different spells are in Phantasy Star, right? And so Fantasy, just to show you, Phantasy Star 4 combos. We take the list. All right. So Watt and Zan forms Blizzard. Candle and Highjammer form Circuit Breaker. Foy and Zan, or Flayla and Hewn, which are spells and abilities, spells and skills, for Firestorm. Nawat and Tandle, Incredible Thunderstorm, Cold Storm. So what if I decided to use Zan and then Watt? Maybe that'll work. But Zan and Foy is different. What if I used Zan and Tandle? What if I used regular Watt and Tandle? That doesn't work. You see what I mean here? You use different things, and there's only a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think there's 14. I think there's like 16 different ones. I think there are 16 in Phantasy Star 4 total. You got Black Hole, which is Negatus and any Gra spell. You got Watt Zan, which does Blizzard. So you've got, I think there's 16. Tri-Blaster, Silent Wave, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14 different skills. 14 different combo skills out of the sheer number of spells that you can do. Zan and Foy, Zan and Flaily, Hewn and Foy, Hewn and Flaily. 4 different combos that do the same thing. And it's not just Zan and Foy. It's Zan, Nazan, and I think Gra is another one. So it's Gizan, Zan, Gizan, Nazan, Foy, Gifoy, Nafoy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 different spells that go 3 to 3. So it's 1 plus 3 and then 1 plus 3. 1 plus 3, 2 plus 3, 3 plus 3. So it's 9 different combos just from that. And then there's 10, 11, 12. There's 13, 14, 15. There's 16 combos for this one skill. Easy to get. EFS and Crosscut, 1 combo, period. Savol and DM, 1 combo, period. Death and Illusion, 1 combo, period. Astral and Rayblade, 1 combo, period. Parrot, it's supposed Paladin Blow, right? Paradin Blow, Paradin Blue, Purify Light, Holy Word and EFS. So not a lot there. And so even though we have 120 just based on the aspects, different combinations, they're not all going to be there. And they're not all going to be 1 or 2 different combos together. There are going to be multiple different ones. So it's not going to be we found them all because we walked the thing. It's going to be, hey, there are some that you know right from the beginning, and there are some that you don't know because you just don't know. So the distinct combos is going to explode, but not all of them are going to be there. Which is why the full sequence thing is a little bit silly. Becomes solo dev fatal. Its full sequence is still going to be fine. They have to be in a specific order. It's not 120 of them. It's dimensional, spiritual, technical. Done. And specifically, we'll do like black hole plus spirit shackle plus heat weapon becomes, so black hole plus spirit shackle plus heat weapon becomes like supernova. In that order. You can't go black hole, heat weapon, and then spirit shackle and have it be supernova. It's 1, 2, 3. That's it. And it has to be the highest value of dimensional, spiritual, and technical. Let's say that they all have to be at 10. You put some of them at 3, and all of a sudden it doesn't work because it's not a supernova, right? So you have a whole bunch of different aspects that are required for the combos to work. All of that has to be in the ability descriptor setup. And actually, I'm going to use that idea here. We have an ad coming in 2 minutes. I'm going to press the button now. And then we're going to go ahead and make one more suggestion here before I finish reading all this, or after I finish reading all this. And it's about that specifically. Let's say that spirit, we have the following. All right, I'm gonna keep writing this through the ad, but we'll be back in 2.5. All right, we're back. I'm actually checking something because this is it's an idea. This is another, for me, this is another part of the design phase. I just found what I think is going to be one of the actual skills in the game, and it's going to be like a supernova. But I want to find something that actually makes sense in the overall theme of the game. And so I'm trying to figure out, you know, implode maybe. So maybe we, instead of black hole, we go implode. All right. Supernova. Implode, spirit shackle. Instead of spirit shackle, we have I don't know. Spiritual yeah, spirit shackle and spirit tether. They're both kind of the same thing. So now gravity wins, so you can't go anywhere. All right. All right. So let's go back to this. Full sequence, every position is significant. All six orderings of a triple are distinct. This is the deepest and the one you what if blah 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 blah. Distinct combos explodes as permutations, and the most of them need to mean something distinguishable or their noise. So it's conflating the idea that there could be with, oh, this is how many there are. Answer C, adjacency pairs. The walk edges are what matter, not positions. This is the one the Pentagon actually wants, and it's the answer that resolves your question. A walk's meaning is its sequence of edges, the limb phase steps between consecutive aspects, not the absolute positions. Under this reading, dimensional, spiritual, mechanical edges are dim to spiritual, Lin, spiritual to mechanical phase. Signature, Lin phase. Wrong. That's a problem. Lin phase is literally Lin phase or Lin phase or Lin phase or Lin phase. That's a problem. That's four from one starting point. And so it literally says that right here. Signature Lin phase. Dim mechanical spiritual. Edges are dim to mech to spiritual. Signature Lin phase, same as DSM. Spiritual mechanical dimensional. Edges are spiritual to mechanical phase to Lin. Signature phase Lin. It's different. But dimensional to mechanical to technical, and dimensional to mechanical to spiritual, and dimensional to spiritual to mechanical, and dimensional to spiritual to arcane are all in phase. To counter your C is the right one, DSM, DST, DMS, hold on, DSM, DSA, DMT, and DMS are all the same, but thematically, spiritual SPI to ARC is much different than SPI to MEC. And so are those different from MEC to TEC or MEC to SPI. That takes care of that part. Your second question, which is the one that actually threatens all of this, dual aspect and tri-aspect skills. Does a dim spy skill start at 2 vertices? This is genuinely the hard one, and I'm not going to paper over it. Under the walk model, a skill is a step in the sequence, and I'd been assuming 1 skill equals 1 vertex. A dual aspect skill breaks it. It's not at a vertex, it's on an edge. A tri-aspect skill is a face or a path, not a point. The walk isn't a walk over vertices anymore. The nodes of your combo sequence are themselves substructures of the pentagon. I'll be straight. This is where I can drive the shape of the answer, but not guarantee it holds, and it needs enumeration to confirm. A multi-aspect skill contributes a set of vertices to the walk, and the walk's edges are computed between the nearest relating aspects of consecutive skills. This also points to power for skill is where it comes from. Remember, we're combining aspects here instead of skills. Which I brought up here. Was it up here? Way up here? Did I not put it in here? Did I not? This by the result cleanly attaches to power defense. And what are the skills that use are dual aspect based? What about 3? Where did I put it? I know I put it in here. I know I put it in here. Where did I ask it? Maybe I put it down here and I just done it. Most combos are going to use these, not the actual aspects. Find that real quick. All right. So I think let's see what it says. I know where I want to go with this. I've been building an elaborate structure on a false premise for 4 turns. You just kick the premise out, and when it goes, most of the difficulty goes with it. Let me be exact about what collapses and what's left. What's left is much simpler and much better. Combos are combinations of aspects, and the Pentagon walk generates combo identity systematically. Every walk, assume the system derives which combos exist and what they do from aspect geometry. They can derive ordering from aspect geometry. But because I got rid of ordering from aspect geometry and I'm not using timing based on priority, I decided to use it based on what's already in the development set, which is power spend. We can then determine how to set the order of skills to generate a combo if a combo exists for that set by saying what goes first, the thing with the most power. What goes second, the thing with the second most power. The false premise. Combos are combinations of aspects, and the Pentagon walk generates combo identity systematically. Every walk answer assume the system derives which combos exist and what do they form and what they do from aspect geometry. That assumption forced me into needing an anchor rule, needing to interpret repeats, needing to interpret dual aspect vertices, etc., etc., etc. Combos are authored recipes over specific skills. Implode plus shift, spirit tether plus melt weapon in this order at this power equals supernova is a handwritten entry, not a geometric derivation. Implode is not a dim skill slot. It's implode. And sprint, also dimensional, can't substitute for it. Implode is not a dimensional skill slot. It's implode. It's the skill implode. You don't combine these for the most part by just using a dimensional skill slot. There will be times where you can do that, like I showed with Phantasy Star 4's stuff, where they had it was an air skill slot, hewn or I forget what the name of the ability was, of the tech was, hewn and flaily or foy. So air and fire in any combination, that would be, if I extrapolate that to this, that would be like an arcane and a dimensional in any combination, and it does this. Cool, as long as they are attack based, like hewn being any air based attack skill, and foy or flaily being any fire based attack skill. Then those can go together, and it's any of them. But because we only have 3 of each or 4 of each, we know exactly how many different combinations there are. There's 4 squared, 16 combinations, right? 1 to 4, 2 to 4, 3 to 4, and 4 to 4, 4 squared. So there's 16 different combinations that make that skill pop. And all of them result in the same power skill. Whereas in this game, if you used hewn and flaily instead of Zan and foy, if you use Guy Zan and Guy foy, or Nazan and Nafoy, it would be lower in potency than hewn and flaily, because hewn and flaily are techniques that are of higher power by default in and of themselves than the Zan and Foy spell schools are. And so in Phantasy Star 4, they always give you Firestorm, but here, and it always hits at the same value. But in this game, if you use Hewn and Nafoy, you're going to have a different result than if you use, say, Zan and Flaily, because Zan is on a lower level, right? Because Hewn and Nafoy is higher. It's, you know, there's base than Gi than Na, so it's Foy than Gi Foy than Nafoy, or Zan than Gi Zan than Nazan, and so Nazan being the most powerful. If you use Nazan and Flaily, that's going to naturally be stronger in this game, not in Phantasy Star, than a base level Foy and Hewn. That's what I'm getting at. And that's what this was missing. Your correction, combos are authored recipes over specific skills. So this thought I was trying to find these things and, oh, this is what happens when you do this. If that were the case, then every single one would be specific, and I would have to author every single combo, and then everything in the game becomes combos. That's not what I wanted. So it was wrong, and possibly because I misdirected it. But no, that's not what it is. The perils of working with AI. So your correction, combos are authored recipes over specific skills. Implode plus Spirit Tether plus Melt Weapon in this order at this power or higher equals a supernova. It's a handwritten entry, not a geometric derivation. Implode is not a dimensional skill slot, any dimensional skill slot. It's the skill Implode. And Sprint, also a dimensional skill, can't substitute for it. Combos are rare, authored, specific, not systematic, emergent products of aspect blocks. And your legibility counter is the kill shot on answer C, and it's correct. Under edge signature reading, DSM, DSA, DMT, and DMS, so that you understand what those are, dimensional, spiritual, arcane, dimensional, spiritual, mechanical, dimensional, mechanical, spiritual, and dimensional, mechanical, technical are all the same. It's the same signature, even though they're thematically wildly different. Why would mechanical, technical read the same as spiritual, arcane just because both are phase steps from a dimensional anchor? It wouldn't to a player. It'd be totally confusing. The edge signature is mathematically clean and experimentally meaningless. Experientially meaningless. C optimized for the wrong thing. Bounded combo space when the real constraint is thematic legibility. And aspect geometry. So basically what's going on here is I just wasted 3.5 hours trying to out-engineer the power versus defense structure I already have in place for determining order of skills to create combos. I am a programmer. Whee! I'm a new junior, not even junior. I'm a high schooler. I'm in elementary school. Oh, kill me now. It's going to take 12 years. The thing I want to take a couple of years is going to end up ballooning into 10, 15, 20. I'm going to be 70 and I'm finally going to release the game. Let's hope not. All right. So each recipe declares its own sensitivity. Edge signatures, answers ABC are gone. Order significance isn't a global rule derived from geometry. It's a per recipe authored property. Some recipes are order strict. Supernova needs DST exactly. Some are order free, just needs these 3 in any order. Some care about power breakpoints, some don't. So didn't I already have that here? Wasn't that already in here? No, they just had sequence orders. So we're going to end up rewriting this entire descriptor. well, maybe not the whole thing because the skills are still going to be here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the skills, I'm going to put these skills that I just put up here. I'm going to put these skills in here. I'm actually going to create them right now. So we have trip, brace, capitalize. Let's just add those skills, right? ID, implode. Name, implode. Type, action. Pool, cost. We'll say it costs 8. For now, just to make it 8, right? Payload. Damage. 12. Right? Resolves if, no, hold on. Combos with spirit tether, melt weapon. It has to combo with both. Not one or the other, but both. I don't know how to do that here. So we'll just, we know that it has to combo with both. We'll leave that there for now. Creates state. No state. Modifies arena. Fractured. Okay. Chains from no priority 10 resolves versus it's not a reaction, so it doesn't resolve versus any. Allows reaction through and reaction window is like 150 milliseconds duration, and the reaction window is like 250 milliseconds, right? We also have modifies arena. We have create state. Get. What's the modifies arena one? Fire zone. Creates arena state. Modifies arena is what it is. And so it would be modifies arena. Modifies arena true. True. Creates arena state. Also or fracture zone, whatever. So there's implode, right? Copy it for spirit tether. Full cost of 8, damage of 2. Combos with implode and melt weapon. Create state shackled. Modifies arena. False. Right? There's going to be other stuff that we have here, but I don't know what it is. The pool cost for this can be 4. And then one more. We have melt weapon. Pool cost for this can be 6. Damage for this can be like 7. Spirit tether and implode. Create state disarmed. Modifies arena as well. Fire, pool, or burning. So like 1 hex burning or whatever it is. Allows reaction true. Disarmed. So create state disarmed, and the disarmed is, there's another one in here. Create state change from priority. State parried. There's one for this, for how long that state exists, right? I think that was under trip. Effect, knockdown. Effect, disarm. This will end up being different. Because this is just a base, but we're going to end up figuring out how we want the stat, not the stat model, the ability descriptor to actually work. But these three, like once we figure out what it's going to be doing for us, these three are going to end up, they'll be different, but it's going to add to how the combo model is going to work. And once we figure that out, then we can continue onward with the next parts of this. God, I really want to be done this before Wednesday so that I can say, hey, we're going to test this on Wednesday. Let's see where we go here. Combos are rare, and your legibility counter is a kill shot on answer C, and it's correct. Yada, yada, yada. So here's what actually collapses in most of the last 4 turns. Anchor selection question. Pool versus target relative versus party pick. Gone. Recipes are authored. There's no anchor to select because there's no walk to start. Repeats as vertex weighting. Gone. A recipe just lists the skills it wants. Repeats included explicitly. Okay, now I have, all right, so there's, I'm going to copy this for the combo recipes. We're going to go down here with that. I'm going to add to variant A and B. Variant forward, variant reverse. Yeah, so this is just the skill. Order free, there we are. Order free. Produces combined XY, yeah, so that's, yeah. That's perfect. What happened to final end? We're not going to use final end. We're actually going to use stuff we have here. So let's get rid of these. Kind of want this to stay here. But these two can go away. And not quite, those can't quite go away. right? Strict, free, or variant per recipe authored. Sequence is implode, then spirit tether, then weapon. Okay, produces supernova. Miss the order or miss the power gate, no combo. Constituents resolve as themselves. Some loose combo, free, blah, 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 combined XY. Which is funny because it says combined XY, but then it doesn't do combined XY anywhere. This is why, like, oh man. Where a recipe cares is set by pool applied descending. You're conceded incorrect mechanism. Total gives the power that's checked. Where it cares, how is it? Well, that'll end up being done later. It's checked against the gate. This only matters for recipes that declare order sensitivity. A free recipe ignores arrangement entirely. Pool does double duty. Order and power only when the recipe reads it. So the honest trade-offs are you commit eyes open. Authored combos mean combos don't emerge. A player can't discover a combo the designer didn't author. No shit. If I didn't put it in there, like, come on. Come on. Findable because you placed it there, not because the system generated it. There's no generation here. It's not a divergence from the emergent dream. The emergent dream is I put it in there, nobody knows about it. Oh, you found it. Yay! For 3 reasons, you basically are. It's the only version that stays thematically legible. It's solo dev tractable. And it matches combos or rarities. Combat isn't about combos. One thing author discovery costs that emergent didn't, replayability of discovery. Once the combo wiki exists, discovery is over. Players look it up. Emergent systems keep generating novelty. Authored ones get solved. A real long-tail concern, not a phase 0 one, and worth noting but not solving now. No shit. Also partially answered by your hidden flag in the volume of authored combos, but honestly, most games with authored combos live with it gets wikied and are fine. No shit. Why they're hidden in the first place. What this does to P0's gate, and it's simpler now, phase 0 no longer has to prove a generative walk model is legible. It isn't reestablished. It has to prove to authored combos with recipe per recipe order and power sensitivity. Feel good to execute and discover. That was the whole freaking 4.5 hours. Hand author a small handful, 1 order strict with power gate supernova, 1 order free and 1 order variant. Put them in the multi-actor prototype and see if pulling them off feels like we did that together payoff. That's a dramatically smaller, more concrete, more achievable gate than prove the Pentagon generates legible combos. Also gone. There's no okay. So net, I was wrong to search for a generative model. No shit. Just because you're a generative model doesn't mean that I wanted a generative model in my damn game. Ugh. Sorry, folks. It was 4.5 hours of just banging my head against a wall. So create the new ability descriptor file. Use supernova. It will create a... Do I want to have AI? Yeah, I want to have AI do this, even though I'm going to be doing it later, because this is saving time. And when I eventually get to coding it, I'll have a UI that allows me to check these boxes off or what. So supernova is going to require those 3. Implode, feather, 5 tempo. Brace is tempo. Yeah. Once that's done, I didn't want the descriptor. Oh, yeah, okay. Here's the descriptor file. I've kept the phase 0 conventions we settled, static magnitudes, inert cell tags, string literal states. I forgot to freaking tell it that there's differences in the way that this is going to be done. Again, this is just for testing purposes, which is why I'm at this point now that I've done all this. I'm just getting this set. So that I can verify that the testing eventually will actually work. But I made changes to what it thought was good for before. I think that's it. Ads coming. Yeah, ads are coming. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Remember, folks, I'd like you all to take care of yourselves. If you can get up and walk around, please do so. If you can't, that's okay. Or if you don't want to, that's okay. Please hydrate. Grab yourself a drink. Take care of yourself. We'll be back in 2.5. In the author's window, that allows reaction. It's more legible for us this way. Reaction and reaction window. And instead of kind, it's type. Actually, we might not be able to say type. We might not be able to say type because of keywords. I didn't even think of that. And because I didn't think of that, we have this. But, you know, author's window isn't a thing that we're going to do. It's going to be allows reaction in reaction window. So I think we're fine here. Change from, but there is no chain from. Create state, produces state, combos with, firebrand, we don't care about that. Create state. Or applies state instead of produces. Applies state. Parry reaction 3, negate counter. Magnitude 12, static in phase 0, scaling cell. Multi-scaling array. There we go. Engagement dot parry power, which becomes engagement dot technical. So we have engagement, boop, technical, boop, becomes parry power. So we can rename that however we applies state parried. Author's window becomes allows reaction and reaction window. 100 and 250. Yep. Priority and resolve versus. We're not going to have it combo with anything. We're doing that elsewhere, so that's fine. Then we have capitalize and trip. They're separate, different from what we had over here. Capitalize and trip. So we have capital, we'll do trip first, trip, reaction 2, knockdown, off balance. Magnitude 1, momentum, arcane, acumen, spiritual. Scaling cell. There's no scaling cell on the trip here. So there's no scaling cell. There's no magnitude or scaling cell. It's just a trip. All right, so that's fine. Allows reaction. True. This says false, but window is 150, 250, that's fine. Change from off balance, create state tripped, creates state prone. Tripped, not prone. Fuck it, prone is fine. Prone is fine. I mean, yeah, but whatever. Prior to 10 resolves versus individual, that's fine. That's fine. Then we have brace. Then we have capitalize. We have capitalize, which is here. Take that and bring that here. Capitalize. All right, so capitalize, capitalize, reaction. Capitalize as an action. So it fucked up. Capitalize, is anticipatory, committed at submission. So that's wrong. It done fucked up again. Anticipatory, committed at submission. To anticipate. Parry. Fucker. Full cost is 3 instead of 2. That's fine. Damage is 15. No, capitalized damage is 10. Parried. Chains from parried. Chains from parried. Resolves if enemy parried this turn. Capitalize. I have to make sure that that gets fixed inside the stuff here. Okay. Parry, capitalize, trip. We have brace. Brace, tempo, 2, 1.5. Yeah, this is fine. Acumen, mechanical, fine. Requires defense min. You need 5+ to slot it. I did say that. All right. Supernova chain. Here we go. Okay. Implode. Implode, implode, action, full cost of 8, damage is 12. Produces arena. No, lifetime equal my default. Yeah. Produces arena. But it doesn't combo with anything. It doesn't combo with anything. Excuse me. Why is PowerGate? Did say it required that required 8. So we're going to end up checking that. Implode. It doesn't have a combo. Here at tether, action 4, 2. Shackled. Why doesn't it give you a combos with? Create state shackled, which is an immobilize. Modifies arena is false. Change from is false. Priority 10 allows reaction. It's true. Melt weapon. Action 6, 7. Damaged burning. A disarmed burn. So create state. No combos with. So disarmed. Burning. Will that be okay? Maybe. All right. Then we have the Tri-Blaster. Fine. Dash, ID, fire, cell, aim, fire, find. I hate the fact that I need, like, is type a keyword in YAML or Go or Sharp. I'll make sure I'm not gonna fuck up here. Yeah. Yeah. So I can do that. Screw it. It's type. It's going to be a quick day today. I am obviously getting tired. And I hate getting tired. But I'm getting tired. So I'm going to finish this. And then I'm going to go to bed. Ooh, I hate that. Oh my god, I hate. All right. Okie dokie. Actually, I'm not going to finish this. I'm just going to go to bed. It's midnight. Well, it's 11:44. So I'm going to go to bed. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll get more sleep. I'll probably wake up a couple of times tonight and do some more code here, so it'll be off stream. But I will be back tomorrow earlier than 5 p.m. Pacific time to do some more casting, more coding, more talk. I'm going to jump into PalWorld tomorrow for a little bit at least, and WoW tomorrow for a little bit at least. Hence the reason why I'll be on for longer tomorrow. With that said, thank you all for being here. Thank you for being a part of the stream. Thank you for, spending your time with me. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time, probably earlier. And until then, ciao. Oh, for now.